to do with, but there is a Senate bill, S-197, that is regarding primary care, and that's the bill that probably will actually make it through the process and have stuff related to primary care. So keep an eye on that bill, even as you're talking about H433. And finally, housing. We passed major legislation a few years ago that redid our major land use law, Act 250, which says where people can build things. That was passed in 1970, and we updated it a few years ago to specifically make it easier to build housing. And we extended some extensions, et cetera, in some exemptions in Act 250. We are continuing that work and doing a bill right now that would look to make it even easier to build housing. And that's happening in the Senate Natural Resources Committee where I serve. So those are three big issues that we're working on. If you have questions or concerns, I'm going to stay for a few minutes in the back and you can come talk to me. We also are working on a couple other issues. I wanted to just give a shout out to libraries. I know that's a big deal here in Bristol, and I have a bill about libraries that just passed in the Education Committee on Friday to better support libraries and also create a Vermont Library Day every October so we can celebrate libraries. And then also my farm security bill passed on Friday as well, and this is a bill to help farmers recover from natural disasters. So lots more to talk about, but I'm out of time, so I'll hang out in the back, and I hope you have a great town meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Karen Lueders, come on up. Representative Lueders.
Hey, folks. Good to see you. One of my favorite things to do at the end of the week at the legislature is come back home. It's so beautiful here. The communities are so wonderful, and I realize how much I miss it when I've been away. I always wondered what they were doing up in Montpelier at the legislature, and what I learned was there's a lot of really good, intelligent people working very hard to collaboratively solve problems that are very complex. And so I'm really appreciating that, and I honor that. And I'm on the healthcare committee. Wonderful chair, wonderful group of people on that committee, often tripartisan support on the work that we're doing. So it's pretty encouraging. I just wanted to mention a couple of bills not in healthcare first. One is that one of the bills that had tripartisan support was a new criminal statute that made it a crime to interfere with elections, with voters, with poll workers, with election sites. And so that these would be protected in Vermont, free and fair elections for all of us. And you know, we have a governor and we have every party supporting that. I've heard a lot from a lot of folks about S-208 and 209. That has to do with masking and identifying yourself if you're a law enforcement officer, state or federal. And similarly, to not be, if you have to go to the hospital, to not be in fear of being picked up and brought somewhere else. Schools, having certain sites that are protected. And again, tripartisan support on that. They're fine-tuning the bill to make it as most effective against federal preemption as possible. I really, I'm really interested also in hearing from all of you. I don't know what all my constituents think. There's either 4,000 or 8,000 of you, I don't know. Between Herb and I, we share the 4 towns and we share all of you. I'm really interested in hearing from you on education. And Herb and I are going to be listening to folks this Saturday in Moncton by Zoom and in person if you're interested in weighing in on education. Healthcare, of course. Housing. I'm really interested in businesses. We have all this wonderful business here in Bristol. Some are on Main Street and some are in homes. And I want to know what the challenges are and how people are doing with that. And then Act 181, which is what Ruth was referring to. The intention is to make building housing easier. There's a lot of unresolved issues in that because there's the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and they impact everyone very differently, and they very much impact folks in the 4 towns. So I'd love to hear from people on that. So I have, let's see, I also have a sheet of what the different committees are doing I'll put on a table. I have a sign-up sheet. You can email me. I'm home all week, so I'd love to meet with anyone that wants to talk about issues. On healthcare, $230 million was saved to the system last year. It did have impact on the cost of folks that work in schools and what their education, what their healthcare costs are. And it had an impact system-wide. We're working on other areas, reference-based pricing in RX, drug saving card as well, and there's quite a list of things. The healthcare committee is interested in primary care, saving the system money, getting access, and I know that after crossover, which is Friday the 13th, we are going to hear about primary care almost every day, so we're really interested in seeing what all the options are for that. There's a lot more, but I won't take any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lueders. Representative Olson, if you would please.
Hello, good people. Herb Olson, the other representative for your... it's always good when someone reminds me that I have to speak closer to the microphone. It's very, very helpful. I don't. Anyway, Herb Olson. I live in Starksboro, but I'm one of 2 representatives for the 4 towns, Bristol, Lincoln, Moncton, and Starksboro. Very happy to be here. I was really happy over the weekend because snow fleas made their appearance up where I was. In the tire tracks, you know, in the snow, and all those little critters are getting ready for spring. It's still a little nippy, but, you know, I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, there's a lot going on in Montpelier because, frankly, we have a lot of issues to deal with that are, I'd say, a real problem. Education is certainly one of them, and you've heard from Karen and Ruth about that. The maps are a big deal. Ruth mentioned that the Senate has a map, the House has a map, but frankly, you know, both maps would tend to look at Bristol and the other 4 towns and the school districts as, well, they're too small, and we're going to put them into a much bigger school district. The Senate has a little more flexibility, but you're still looking at, taking our smaller districts and put them into much bigger ones. I think there are some, we need to be eyes wide open on that. I think it has consequences for our communities. It has consequences for our schools. So we really need to think about that and follow. And so the other thing is that I think we're losing focus on a little bit more is why we started talking about education in a big way in 2024. Property taxes were too high. So the question I think Montpelier's really got to work on is how do we get on a sustainable track, you know, in terms of trying to get things a little bit better off there. Some are saying, well, the consolidation into bigger districts, that'll do the thing. The governor believes that consolidating into much larger districts will help. Others saying, well, that's not enough. You know, you need to think about sharing services among a lot of other school districts, trying to reduce the central office staff, stuff like that. So things to watch out for. As Karen said, we're organizing a meeting this Saturday, the 7th, at the Moncton town offices. We posted it on Front Porch Forum, I think this afternoon. So you can see that. We really hope to listen to people, maybe cut through some of the noise, and really listen to people what their thoughts and concerns about are here. The issues, you know, that Karen and Ruth described, I mean, housing is still a huge issue, especially for young families and for businesses trying to attract and maintain workers. Some things have been done, and those are good. I think we have a lot more to do. We've spent about decades digging a hole, and I think it's going to take us a little while to dig it out. I think 181 that Ruth mentioned, I think it needs a look-see. Some people are a little worried about where their property is going to fall within some of these boundaries, and I think, personally, I think we need to, step back a little bit so that people can catch up to what the law is. Healthcare, I did sponsor a bill on primary care. I co-sponsored 433, but I also have a bill that seeks to approach common goals, trying to reduce costs, trying to improve access for patients, and the main difference, I think, is how you would pay for primary care. Finally, yes, I'm a member of the Commerce Committee, so we're really into consumer protection bills right now. We passed out a bill, a fine bill, I think, trying to protect Vermonters' genetic data privacy. So that's a good one, I think. And we've also passed a bill that would help workers who are trying to move on to another job, give them some freedom there without unreasonable contract kind of issues. And finally, we're working on a bill around course debt. And so this would try, especially for, say, victims of domestic abuse, try to get some help, some structure there so that they can get back on their feet in terms of getting back on their financial feet. So that's it. Again, Moncton, Saturday, the 7th, 1 to 3. If you can. There'll be a Zoom option too, but if you can be there, we'd love to see you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much to our legislators. Before we open our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, one more piece of business. We would like to, there are some employees of the town who are not Bristol residents. I'm asking again to suspend the rules to allow Sharon Lucia, Meredith McFarland, Eric Cota, and our town manager, Greg Faust, to be able to speak tonight if there's any questions that they need to answer. Is there any objection to suspending the rules to allow them to speak? Hearing no objection, we will allow that. Will you all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Joel Bouvier will lead us.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States.
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Be seated. This year, the Select Board would like to dedicate the town report and also acknowledge an memoriam page. So if you happen to have your books with you or if you're looking in your PDF, I would like to acknowledge Alan Clark, who not only served the town as an official in his capacity as Assistant Fire Chief and Village Trustee and a member of the Equipment Committee, but did you ever wonder how the town green fountain keeps working year after year after year? It's not elves. It's not fairies. It's Alan Clark. So the Select Board would like to acknowledge and thank all of the dedicated hours that he has volunteered to troubleshooting that fountain and making sure that it's in good working order and that we in the community can enjoy it. In memoriam, I'd like to acknowledge James, and I apologize to family members if I mispronounce his last name, Quaglino?
Perfect.
Who attended so many Select Board meetings that he was named the 6th member of the Select Board, non-voting member. As a retired police officer, he devoted himself to making our community safe. He created the Neighborhood Watch program in Bristol. He established, or was one of the people who helped establish, Addison County Crime Stoppers, and was chair of the Bristol Police Advisory Board for nearly 20 years. So we thank him as well. Now I would like to introduce the people who are up here at the table with me, members of the Select Board. Michelle Purley, give a wave. Jessica Teets, please wave. Peter Heffernan, Joel Bouvier, Ian Albertson. Our town manager, if you have not yet met him, Greg Faust. Thank you. Point of order, is that a point of order? Well taken, Town Administrator Greg Faust. And everyone knows Sharon Lucia, who is doing the very difficult job of taking minutes tonight. So if we can all help her out by being sure to state our first and last names before speaking, because she's got to write down everything that's done at the meeting tonight. I also have some thank yous and acknowledgments to our volunteers. I want to thank our musicians. Can we give a hand? Thank you to Ken and Carol and Alice Weston and Bill Bowers, and as well to Anya Schwartz, who was fiddling along in the background. I'd like to thank the Masons, who have provided the incredible meal. Thank you, Cecil Foster, who I understand is retiring from the 4th of July Committee along with his wife, and thank him for his many years of service. I'm sure that leaves a vacancy or two, or three or four, given the amount of work he's put in. So if anyone's interested in joining the 4th of July Committee, be sure to talk to Cecil about that. I also want to thank Neat TV, Sean and Cal, for being here tonight and providing our sound system and recording. And the bakers, all the delicious baked goodies. I want to thank the bakers. And also thank you all new and old members of the community who came out here tonight. This wouldn't be possible without all of you participating. So now, I'm going to make some welcoming remarks. This is my basic review of Robert's Rules of Order. Those of you who have been coming to town meeting for a long time, you know these. A refresher is still always helpful. But you can also tune out and text a family member and boast that you're at town meeting tonight. For new voters, this, I hope, will be helpful instruction. So only registered voters may participate in the meeting tonight, except for those who we have suspended the rules for that I have named by name. People who are not registered voters in the town of Bristol are welcome to be here and observe. Generally, we have asked them to sit in the balcony, though there's a lot of people in the balcony, so I'm sure there's some registered voters up in the balcony. All right, so with Robert's Rules of Order, here's how it goes. The town has warned a number of articles. First, I must read the article out loud. Then, one of you must move it. Raise your hand, be recognized by me, and you can say, "So moved." You got to give your name when you do that, because Sharon's going to write it down. You don't have to leave your seat to do that. You can do it from your seat. After that, one of you would need to second the motion before we can have any discussion. After that, then, I reread the article, and we can begin discussion on it. Once discussion is concluded, we will have a vote, which I will host and direct you through that process. I would like to keep our meeting as short as possible. It's my personal opinion that rereading the article after it's been seconded wastes a lot of time, particularly on the longer articles. You all have access to the booklets or download it on your PDF documents. So if there's no objection, I would like to suspend the rule that I reread the article. Any objection? Great, so then I will do that. Any of these articles can be amended by you, and they can be amended more than once. We'll have no more than 2 amendments discussed on the floor at one time. If you want to be recognized, you must raise your hand, and please raise it high if you can, and wave it about like this. It's really dim for me in here, and with all of the coats and things that are on the chairs, I can't see a hand if it's right by your head. So if you can, make a little motion. And I ask the select board to please help me in that. If you see somebody who's been patiently waiting with their hand up to be recognized, please point it out to me if I'm not seeing them. All right, we decide by a voice vote. So after the article has been discussed, we will take a vote. I will ask for all those in favor to say aye, and then those opposed to say nay. I will then give you a prediction of what I am about to call as the winner. I will pause after saying that. If somebody disagrees, if I say, I believe the ayes have it, and you want a standing vote, you shout, "Division of the House." Okay? You do that, then we will redo the vote, and instead of voice vote, we will have the ayes stand, sit, and then the nays stand and sit, and the select board will help me in counting. If that is still not sufficient, or you can skip the standing vote and ask for a paper ballot. If you want a paper ballot vote, and sometimes we do want to vote on things with some anonymity, privacy, then we will take a break, paper will be procured, pens will be procured, folks will line up, but it takes 7 members of this body here tonight in order to have a paper ballot vote. So debate will go on until I hear no more debate, or if you get tired of the debate and think, really, we've talked it to death, just come on and ask the question and have a vote, then when I call on you, and don't just shout it out, but when I call on you, then you may say, I call the question, or let's vote, or however you want to express it. You don't need to use the rules of Robert's order. I will apply it. You just say what you want to do, and I'll help you get there. So if someone wants to end the debate, I'll recognize them. You can ask to end the debate by, quote, calling the question. Then we will vote on that motion to call the question. It takes a 2/3 majority in favor to end the debate. Civility. Really important in this day and age that we all remain civil, and I'm here to enforce that, but there's a few things that we can do that are customs that help maintain that civility. The first thing is address all of your comments to me. Do not turn around and speak to the person who spoke before or 3 people before who made a comment that you are talking about. Address them all to me, please. The other thing is, we don't make it personal. Talk about the issues. Don't say, she's a fool. No, not allowed. Instead, say, I believe the previous speaker was mistaken on the facts. Okay? All right, this is your meeting. I really want to emphasize that. I serve at your pleasure. If you think that I've made a procedural mistake in something that I've done, you can freely shout out, point of order. Again, if you don't remember the words, just say mistake, but point of order is the words. And then we'll take a break in whatever we're doing, and we're going to flesh out what you think I have done wrong, and we'll have a discussion about that, and ultimately I'll make a ruling, and if you don't like my ruling, you can appeal it to this body, and we'll have a vote on that. But my role is to help you accomplish your business tonight, okay? Whatever you intend to do. Raise your hand, ask a question. Ask questions of people who are here. There may be somebody here who can answer it, whether it's up here at this table or if it's somebody who's out there with you, okay? And if you don't understand what is happening, somebody else also probably doesn't understand what's happening. Or if you think something is wrong for some reason, or if you want to do something and you don't know how to proceed, raise your hand. That's it for my summary. So I am going to switch over my tablet here, and we are getting into the meeting part. All right, it is my obligation to read to you the following. The legal voters of the town of Bristol are hereby warned and notified to meet at Holley Hall in Bristol on Monday, March 2nd, 2026 at 6 p.m. This meeting will address all business to be discussed and voted on in person from the floor. After the meeting, it will be recessed until Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 for voting. Voting will take place by Australian ballot from 7 a.m. when the polls open until 7 p.m. when the polls close. During this time, voters will elect officers and vote on specific articles. So I will now read the articles. The first, 3 articles are not exactly things we vote on. The second article and the third article will be voted on tomorrow by Australian ballot, but we do have some opportunity to discuss today. So let me start with Article 1. Article 1, to hear the reports of the town officers. Does somebody move that we hear the reports of the town officers?
I'll move that, Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernstein. Will somebody second it?
Second, Joel Bouvier.
Joel Bouvier is second. We don't need the name of the second for the record unless Sharon tells me otherwise. No. Excellent. In that case, we are now open for discussion. If anybody has any questions or anything they want to discuss about the town reports, the reports begin on page 48 or 49, but we've always treated as anything in that paper pamphlet is fair game. When you want to speak, I'll ask you to rise if you're able and come down to the microphone at the center front of the floor, and you can ask your question. Feel free to turn it any which direction. Our legislators have set it up to address everybody there, but remember to get close to the mic. If you're unable to speak, please just let me know, and I will get Sean to run a microphone to you. There's also a microphone up in the balcony for anybody who's a registered voter and wishes to speak. By hands, would anybody like to say anything about the town reports? I see a couple of hands here on the aisle. You can come up and approach.
Hi, everybody. Nick Dooley. I don't know. I'm going to face the wall because I have a question for the select board and I also have a question for the voters. This year, a bunch of Bristol voters, a few hundred Bristol voters, petitioned the select board to include an article on the town meeting ballot and spent months going through that process, talking to neighbors, gathering those signatures. Finally turned in those signatures to the select board, and the select board had a 20-minute conversation and decided that that article that hundreds of their electors asked them to include wouldn't be included. And I'm hoping, I don't know, I've had this conversation with a bunch of people who have signed that article. I think a lot of people have been curious about what happened. And in general, the reaction has been, are they allowed to do that? And I would love to hear the select board talk on that point, talk about that process of a ballot initiative in this town and what rules govern that, because the only text that we have publicly available on the town website essentially says that as long as the subject is not illegal, frivolous, or beyond the authority of the electorate, the article would be included.
Would you like us to?
It's on.
It's already on, okay. I'm happy to address that. So, can everybody hear me? It's not coming out, so I have to move the whole thing. Okay. Can everybody hear me now? Yeah. Great. So when we received this motion and we looked through the text of it, our main concern was that it seemed to commit us to needing to track down the source of any software or material or resource that went into any project that the town of Bristol would use. So we didn't feel that we had the ability to do that, which would mean that we would be committing ourselves to doing something that we didn't have the capacity to do. The other concern that we had, keep going, right? I don't need to stop for questions yet. Okay. The other concern that we had is that these meetings are really long and they're supposed to address local issues. There are lots of really, really important conflicts going on all around the world. Like, I study Chinese politics and I'm very concerned about the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. But the idea that we would debate that here and as a select board try to take action didn't seem appropriate at this particular level, the local level of government. Did anyone else want to say anything? Okay.
All right, the gentleman raising his hand there, please come forward to the microphone so that we can all have the benefit of hearing you.
Andrew Jackson. I just thought it might be appropriate to know what the article was. If we had this discussion and you're telling us, but we don't know what you are talking about, I thought it'd be informative. That's why I put my hand up.
Would Mr. Dooley wish to share that article?
I can. My intent was not to discuss the specific article right now. I am going to raise it in other business, which is what you all asked me to do. That's fine. I was more asking if you could define the process of the ballot initiative in this town so that people going forward understand how this process works, the influence that the select board has on that process. And I don't know, to me it's always seemed like this has been like kind of the backstop of democracy, where if hundreds of people in your electorate are requesting that you include something on a ballot, it should, I don't know, there should be some kind of rigid guideline as to what you can do to override that. And I'm wondering if you can speak on how that works in our town.
Yes, and so the concern that we had is that one of the specific articles required the select board not to use any products or do any business with the State of Israel. But for example, any of you who have a SodaStream machine in your house, that's an Israeli company. Do we have SodaStreams at the library or somewhere else? What we would need to do in order, if everybody voted for that, we would need to ensure that we had resources at the local level that could source out everything we use. Are any of our software products from Israel? Are any of the materials that we use from Israel? We simply don't know the answer to that, and it seemed almost impossible for us at the local level to figure that out and not be in violation.
It seems that the speaker's question is directed to legal advice, and it appears that the select board has given the answer, the information that they know, but doesn't have any further, information about the legalities. Another rule that I did not share, but that is everybody may speak twice during a discussion, and I will call on everyone else who has not yet spoken before I return to give a person an opportunity to speak a second time. Yes, with your hand up, Mr. Bernstein.
I am a big proponent of...
Can you get closer to the microphone, please?
Closer to the microphone. I am a big proponent of town meeting in a variety of ways, and this fellow has raised a question which I'd never heard him speak about before, and I don't care one bit about his motion, but I think if the select board has a legally petitioned article, they have to put it on the town report, the town agenda. There is no legal way not to, I believe. And I say that as a person who's been on a select board and has been a town manager. And those may be very valid concerns, but they have to be addressed a different way, perhaps at the meeting when it's warned. So to value town meeting, you have to. This fellow, I believe, could bring suit, okay? You don't have the authority to deny a legally and properly done petition, in my knowledge. Do you?
My understanding is that
I can't hear you.
My understanding is legally the select board ultimately has a decision. My understanding is legally the select board has the ultimate decision of what goes on and not on the warning.
I don't think so.
We'll have to check on that.
Does anyone else have anything that they wish to discuss, ask questions about on the town? Yes, ma'am, you're raising your hand there. Come on up to the microphone, and remember, first state your first and last name before you begin to speak.
Porter Knight. I have a comment on the Select Board and Town Administrator report, and I'll just read my comment. I am extremely disappointed about what I see as a misappropriation of the money promised by the Select Board and set aside for the skate park following over a year of ARPA committee work and community input. Nearly half of the $1.1 million ARPA money was spent on costs not on the public and committee's recommendation list. Indeed, contrary to the entire thrust and intention of the ARPA committee, and without any input or explanation to the community until well after the fact. I think the entire town is entitled to a full explanation of what happened, and more to the point, reassurances that the town's finances are now being better understood and managed. Public trust and public participation rely on people feeling like our elected leaders are going to do what they say they're going to do, including following the recommendations of the community members who volunteered 2 years of their time to engage the public and make recommendations. I believe the Select Board should spend money as publicly promised and actually know how much money we have and where it's allocated. Disappointed and concerned understate the feelings that I have about this situation. While we can't recover what's been lost in terms of money, I'm hoping transparency and humility can at least recover what's been lost in trust. As a devoted community volunteer, I can say I, for one, am far less inclined to participate in any town initiative if I can't trust the Select Board to do what they say, honor the recommendations of the community members they asked to volunteer their time, and be both on top of the town's business and fully transparent about it. I know nothing can be done at this point, but I just wanted to make sure that that was clear in the record because I did not feel like the town report, Select Board, and town administrator report fully and clearly and honestly addressed it. Thank you.
So I can address that, Porter. And I know you've attended multiple meetings in which this has been discussed. There were meetings in 2025 in September and October that we did discuss this this item at length. And so you're primarily speaking about former ARPA funds that became unassigned funds when they were moved to the general fund officially. And the amount of those funds were $545,000 and $399 or $398.15. They were moved to the general fund, and $123,605 were spent, continued to be spent on ARPA projects and ARPA accommodations that were made or recommendations that were made. One of the largest amounts, which is the skate park, which you speak of, the $140,000, because it hadn't been officially earmarked or put into a fund where it was protected, that money unfortunately was absorbed into projects that became very large overspends for the town. These two projects were the Lincoln Road stabilization, that had an overage of $428,958, and the Briggs Hill repair. That had an overage of $154,000. A decision was made in terms of the research that I've done at the end of 2024, most likely by the town administrator at the time, to use those funds for the overfunding or the overages for those projects. So that's where we're at now.
I'd like to clarify that when he says overages, he doesn't mean that we overspent. Those were the costs incurred for those projects.
Correct.
That we did not have other funds for.
Yes. Yeah, Lincoln Road, we received grants for. We applied for more, but the overall cost of the project was far greater than what we anticipated and what we were able to pull in for grants and for the town's contribution. The Briggs Hill repair was going to be a FEMA project, and the final price tag came in around $2.4 million for that. FEMA would have paid 90%, and the rest of the funds would have been paid half by the state and half by the town. So it was about $100,000 or $120,000 that we would have had to pay. The concern was at the time, in order us to actually do that project, we would have had to have at least $1 million or probably $1.5 million to even have that project begin, which the town did not have at the time. There was also concerns at the time of the direction of FEMA and what was potentially going to happen to it. And now, we've heard much more about that in terms of Vermont not receiving FEMA funds. Past projects, we've used FEMA a lot and we've gotten very good support. Nowadays, it's a very different matter. And in fact, just recently at one of our select board meetings a couple of weeks ago, our grant administrator reported that we finally received funds from 2019 for one of our projects. So at that time, before we paused the Briggs Hill repair, there was concern that if we started down that road to fix that project at that price tag, that there was potential that we would not receive those funds back and we could potentially put the town into millions of dollars of debt. And so we chose to pause that project. The funding that had already been expent, which was the $154,000, this is on engineering for that project, that was then absorbed by the town. And it wasn't money that we had put aside for the project because the idea was that FEMA would pay for that or pay for a great portion. So that, plus the Lincoln Road extra costs that we had to incur, that became money that needed to be recouped out of the general fund. And the funds that were remaining from ARPA, that's where those funds went, because that was a priority, and both of those projects were emergency projects.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments or questions on the town report? Yes, sir. You can come up to the microphone. Remember to state your first and last name before speaking.
Dave Rosen, can you all hear? Oh, okay. Are we there? Okay. there's some real inaccuracy in your report about the skate park. You use the term that we were in, what was the word? Funding gap. We've never started the fundraising with the monies that we were told, and we had asked for that money earlier because I'm also a member of the Rec Club. Rec Club, being a 501c3, was willing to have a special account so that as we get contributions, it would be that tax-exempt organization. We asked for that money, and we're told, well, it's safe being with the town. That money was to be used. We were at very, very high priority for a $400,000 grant to go with roughly 130. Then in here you say that we've got a shortfall. We never even began. Our hope was to begin with almost 500 and pushing 550,000 out of 800, which would put us in a very strong position to ask for donations and also to go forward with other grants. So to say that we had a shortfall when you folks didn't even let us begin the process of fundraising. So therefore, I think that this report is erroneous.
I disagree.
Thank you.
I disagree. I've done the research, and fundraising had started. Fundraising was being done by the hub director at the time, a town employee, outside of the Bristol Rec Club. The Rec Club, as far as I'm aware, was not committing any financial money to the project. It was all town-driven, even though the Rec Club owns the land. So with the application of the grant and a deadline looming, we need to have the money in hand as a match. It's not a choice to accept the grant and then say the fundraising will be done, we promise, by this time. It needs to be there. And if we commit to it and we don't have that funding, then we have big problems with the grant and what we've accepted with them. And so looking at the amount of money that was there, we had about 7,700 in a skate park reserve fund before it was created. It was sort of put away. We had obviously the 400,000 grant progress. There was the 140,000 that was the earmark for the ARPA. Part of that had been spent on a shed. Part of that had been spent on skate park plan designs. And when you take all that down, you have 132,000 that's left. And so the amount that you would need to get to 400,000 was about $260,000, and that was not there and was not available to move the project forward. So that's where the sort of shortfall comes from in terms of that project.
It's not going to go anyplace, because we did not start a significant fundraising.
Right.
Because we needed. As I said, if we had in excess of 500 to then start, but we got to.
You wouldn't have received that, sir. You cannot take ARPA dollars or the grant for that to fundraise. That money would have never been allowed for you to use for fundraising.
We could not use it as the match?
You could have used the match, you could use your dollars, but the government expects us to have your match on hand. So I can't have the same dollar going to the two places.
No, I understand that.
And also, I obviously defer to the select board, but let me give you some context so you understand my thought process. So I stepped into our situation here at Bristol this past August. I reviewed our financials, our obligations. When I got here, the town had a significant amount of projects, and we still do, on the horizon. Far more than we had money for, okay? And so at December 31, 2025, had we not had the match for that grant for the skate park, the town would have been completely on the hook for the rest. Now, I understand your intention was to raise money, but I would like to mention, when did the committee take place, and I got here halfway through 2025. So from my standpoint, I would very much like that skate park to be there just as much as you do. It's not anything, this is just purely financial fidelity. And so, had we moved forward and were not able to raise that money, I would have had to, on behalf of the town, take a debt obligation, which I'm not required to, not allowed to do. And so, what position did I have as someone managing where we were supposed to be this far along in the fundraising process? The town employee overseeing it was primarily the only one raising the money for it. And we had $500,000, maybe more. So, I mean, the estimate on that amount was from years ago, and concrete has gone up quite considerably. So that skate park, as it was drawn up, probably would be 1.1 million.
But please don't say years ago. The numbers that we've got have been within the last 12 months. But we've spent enough time on this. I know we're not going any farther.
I can say this. I apologize that things were not communicated from the town side to you all in that committee beforehand.
Greg, I want to thank you because you are the first one that has apologized and let us know that, that someone cares about all the work that the young people of this community have done. And the folks that should be apologized to are those young people that work so hard to this point.
Well, it's not over. Going into the spring this summer, we're going there heavy-handedly reducing some of the maintenance issues we have, and we've already started re-fundraising. Okay. So while, yes, this season, we had to take a pass on it for some financial reasons, the intent is to get that skate park built.
Okay.
I assure you. But just the format and how we did it with financial obligations, we would have been in quite a pickle. And unfortunately, I have to weigh the responsibility of managing the finances for the entire town. And sometimes tough decisions have to be made, whether or not I like them or not.
Okay,
and
thanks for the time. Given what the town is, I'm sorry we took as much time as they did, but a lot of people spent a lot of time.
I look forward to seeing you out there.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Anyone else have any comments? Comments or questions or other discussion up in the balcony, raising your hand by the microphone.
Hi, Craig Allen. Page 38 of the town report, which is the dedicated funds list, at the top, I noticed that there's no interest posted for over $160,000 worth of monies that were apparently donated to the town by very nice folks. And I just wonder why, and the notes at the bottom say that most of the principal cannot be used, only the interest income. So why is there no interest income posted?
Because I believe that was the stipulations of the money that was loaned to us, that we were never allowed to use the principal and only.
Right, no, I understand that, but you can use the interest. However, no interest was posted from 2024 to 2025. And the same thing for all of the regular town funds that are supposedly funds that this group has set aside and is sitting somewhere, in theory, in an interest-bearing account, not just in a checking account at 0.001 interest. So you've got thousands and thousands of dollars of interest somewhere not posted, in theory. Because I know the principal can't be used.
I apologize for the oversight, and I will get those numbers to you.
Well,
and I will post them.
So is there interest income for the
I mean,
top?
it's very little, but I mean, I can get the exact
Well, no,
figures for you.
$160,000, you can get a CD for 3 or 4%. So you've got $6,000 spread across them.
I currently don't have the cash flow to be investing my annual budgetary dollars on 12 months.
Now, these are funds that were donated by individuals that were part of the town. Those are, in theory, like endowment funds at a college or whatever. So if the principal can't be used, how do you, or why are you using their cash flow for the, the cash flow of the town? I don't understand it, and
We're not for those accounts. Those accounts aren't being used currently. You're talking about the dedicated funds?
Yeah, no, just the main at the top.
Correct.
Yeah.
They are interest bearing. It's very small. They just haven't been reported in the town report. But as Greg said, we can get to that.
Yeah, but why would they be very small if there's $160,000? Unless you've put it in a savings account when it should be in, because you can put it in a CD that you can actually withdraw from a CD if you have, actually need to use the money.
I'll get back to you, sir, but I believe the conditions of where the money sits and those the conditions of where it is, we're not allowed to move that money around or anything. So whatever was organically in there with the interest rate is what it is. And so I will get you those numbers.
Well, it's more the group here that I'm
speaking broadly here to the group.
Yeah, so that's interesting because if, not too many years, a couple 20 years ago, interest rates were near 20%. So if money had been set in there, you'd be getting some decent return. So I don't understand that you don't have the flexibility to put them in whatever the current proper, Bob Bernstein may know better about this from his background. But anyway, I'm taking up time. So
thank you, sir.
You for looking at it.
We'll get the answers to you all.
It does look like there's interest in there because the principal on the A. Johnson Fund is $100,000, and there's $108,419.54. So that $8,419.54 came from somewhere.
Oh, correct, Beaker, but your report shows that there was no interest earned from 2024 to 2025.
Okay, yep, I missed that line, sorry.
Well, no, and on any of the funds, and I don't know.
I think you'll find that it's in the total amount. We just didn't put it in the interest column.
And I do know, Craig, there was once we did spend some money of the interest out of the A. Johnson Fund to plant some trees.
Yeah.
Because we had a grant and we only put in $2,500 or $4,000 in the tree fund.
No, that's good, but it just what in the report, Joel, we're trying to look at.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? All right. Okay, come on up. Remember to state your first and last name.
Yes, Lisa Cobb. I just came forward to say that I was at the Select Board meeting at the time that Nick Dooley presented the petition. I was one of the people to get names on the petition. I went to the Select Board meeting to support him. It was brought up to us, what was said tonight by the woman on the right here. But I would ask the board to explain why, if there are many other towns in Vermont that have already taken an anti-apartheid pledge, and it is on the ballot in our neighbors' towns of Middlebury and Virgins tomorrow, brave enough to take it on. I would like this Select Board to explain to the people here why it's not good enough for us, and why they don't feel like they could easily have reached out to any of the other towns like Winooski and Brattleboro and places like that that have been apartheid-free for at least a year now, and find out how to handle the situation that they're complaining about tonight. Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion, or if anyone wants to address it from the Select Board?
So the reason that we didn't feel that we could honor this pledge is that if you look at the wording, the last article requires that we don't have any products that are from Israel. we don't necessarily, as a select board, know what those things are. So we would have to hire an expert to try to figure out if an Israeli company has created software that we've purchased or a computer chip that's in one of our computers. Otherwise, we would be in violation of what you're passing. So if you all voted for us to do this, we would have to then create special resources in order to legally fulfill the obligation. And this was our concern, is this what we should be doing with our limited resources? Because, you know, as we just talked about, we've encountered all of these emergency situations from flooding events and things like that. And so we are not flush with cash, and we felt that this was something that was really challenging, really complicated, and maybe wasn't the best position for this local board. So I definitely understand that people want to do something, right? Like, we hear that, we feel that way too. But trying to pass something that would commit the select board to doing this due diligence that we're not able to do, we didn't feel was appropriate for the town. Like, legally, we could not do it, right? That was our concern. I hope that helps.
The other side is it was asking the select board to take this pledge. So number one, we're not supposed to tie the hands of future select boards by adopting something like that. Number two, an article that is voted for, a non-binding article that is presented to you for a floor vote, typically says, will the voters of Bristol approve this? So that between those two things, those two reasons, and they asked about changing the article, which you'll find later when he raises it from the floor. He's going to change the article to say the voters of Bristol. We just felt, as a select board, it wasn't germane, it wasn't appropriate for us to put that article on the warning the way it was written. He asked about changing the article, and the only way he would have been able to change the article was to go back and get everybody to re-sign. We didn't flat out tell him no, he couldn't do it. We tried to give him ways to work around it, and we just felt that it was not in the best interest of the town of Bristol to put it on the way it was.
Thank you. I hear that this issue is very important to the people gathered here and people in our community. And just in the interest of time, I will invite more comments, but if you've already heard someone say something that you want to share, if you wouldn't mind giving the floor and letting us move on. But I will take other comments or discussion. Yes, ma'am, up at the balcony.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Yeah. Awesome. This is my first town meeting, so I'm really excited. I'll just start off with that. I had a baby last year and I couldn't come. But I have a...
Come on, ma'am. What's your name?
Oh, my name's Alyssa Beauchamp. I use she, her pronouns.
Thank you.
Okay. I am curious if members of the select board can please make publicly available your procurement policies so that town residents can understand exactly what parts of the process are so challenging that we cannot take a stand in a real monetary way in regards to becoming an apartheid-free town. I think the statement that it is too challenging to change a system is something that lots of communities have heard in the past. And I think a statement was made earlier about having the bravery to really address that challenge. And so as someone who does operations for her job, I understand that procurement is a big part of ensuring that you remain compliant, of ensuring that you remain good stewards of funding. But I think that there is an opportunity to explore alternatives, to discuss and revise and reimagine what we can do in the day-to-day and the way that the financial systems run in this town and the way that we remain compliant. I'm sorry, I just don't hear that, procurement's too hard. We can't keep track of who has soda streams. Come on. It just seems like something that if we cared enough about, which many people in this community do care enough about, we could begin a conversation. But by not allowing this community voice at the table or even to be discussed tonight in the way that lots of other topics are, we've lost the opportunity to engage. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Beauchamp, and welcome to your first town meeting.
I can respond to that. Yeah.
We have a response?
I can respond to your question pertaining to compliance and operations. A lot of people don't know this, but whenever you take on a federal contract, most federal contracts in the back have a whole long list of compliance measures and things that you will not do. And whether or not I agree with this personally or not, the town has signed numerous federal contracts in which it clearly outlines that any opposition to Israel or anti-boycotting of Israel in there completely null and voids your contract agreement. And when I review our federal contracts, that rank into the millions of dollars, it seems like quite the gamble with not my money. And so, once again, I'm charged with the responsibility of maintaining our operations and as well as the financial vitality of the town. And while I personally may not agree, right, with how certain administrations handle things, what I can't do is put the town in conflict with federal contracts. I don't know what that looks like, and we are a smaller town, but it's quite the gamble from my standpoint. So if you've ever taken or looked at a federal contract, there's BABA, right, and all these other things we have to operate. And a lot of times in most federal contracts in the back, there's also, it was wild to me the first time I ever read that language, because I'm kind of with where you are. What does this have to do with anything that I am trying to do right now within this contract? But our federal government has incorporated that into their language for compliance, and in taking on debt and responsibility for those loans, I have to adhere to the legal compliance and fidelity of those federal grants, contracts, and money received. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, or discussion of the town reports before we move on? Yes, over here in this corner. Please step up to the microphone in the front and state your first and last name.
Hi, everyone. Mariah Zuriel. Just based on the many comments made here this evening, this is a little hard for me, so please bear with me. I would like to encourage my neighbors and friends here in this community to consider if using tools such as boycotts as part of our liberal toolkit, which at its core should be rejecting the targeting of any group of people based on their nationality, as an acceptable way of action. In this community which has been my home in the past 10 years almost, I've learned to know and love my neighbors as peaceful, respectful, and loving people. I am sure then that my fellow community members leading this petition, I lost time, where is it? Are not willingly signaling out the Jewish state, and that they truly believe they are speaking up for basic human rights, freedom, and peace. However, it is important for me to note that some Jewish groups express concern that signaling out Israel with uniquely severe terminology, such as apartheid or genocide, particularly without applying comparable scrutiny to other countries or regimes, can feel like and is a double standard. Given Jewish historical experience with collective accusation and demonization, there's sensitivity around rhetoric that may contribute to hostility towards Jewish communities. I do believe it's possible to criticize government policies strongly. I personally have in the past and still do today, while being careful about language and being aware of historical context. I would therefore encourage my neighbors and my friends to reflect on the language we use when we speak up, and are we unwillingly or inadvertently causing harm to other members of our community here in Bristol and to the Jewish community at large by targeting businesses, you've said SodaStream, Google, not for their political rhetoric, but for their nationality. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your heartfelt words. I believe during our discussion of other and new business, it will be brought to the floor, this particular pledge, and that will be another opportunity for all of us to express feelings and to have another discussion. Any more comments or questions related to the town report? Jen. Yes. Remember to state your first and last name.
I'm Chuck Richardson.
Thank you.
I live in Bristol.
Use the microphone. You can turn your mic around so that you face the electorate if you like.
I need to change the subject for a minute back to the skate park. What needs to be public information is that the skate park needs repairs or it's going to be declared unsafe. We've already raised in the last couple of months over $10,000 of donations of material, labor, forklifts, stuff like that to put repairs in place on the skate park. You may find it kind of ironic that my friend Dave and I, who are big proponents of the skate park, neither one of us are skateboarders. I knew somebody would speak up, but it's important that you I'm not going to say anything about this ARPA stuff. I promised Meredith and Greg both that we're working on a positive ground here. We're making do with what we can do. We're going to be looking for people that will help us, whether it's taking stuff apart or lugging lumber back and forth, or even a few bucks. We've got 20 or 30 gallons of paint donated. RK Miles has donated a couple of $1,000 outright plus a wholesale discount on a bunch of material. The skate park is not going away. I know that compared to some of these other issues, it may be small potatoes, but this is something we can do something about right here at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments, or discussion under the town reports? Yes, hand in the back. You can come up to the front.
Dylan Werner. Hello, everybody. I'm the hub director. I'm in charge of the skate park now, along with the rec department. It's really nice to see you all. Thank you.
Dylan, are you a resident of the town of Bristol?
I am a resident of the town of Bristol.
You may speak.
Garfield Street. I just want to bring some clarity to the current issue. We are at $18,478 in our bank account for the skate park in our reserve fund to rebuild, reskin, and make sure that our park is safe for our teens, for our children to come and use, as well as to bolster our recreational tourism. It's a very important part of our town. We are a green space. It continues to build on green spaces, even if the future is concrete. Hopefully it will be. And we will continue to raise and build in our community, and I hope that you will all continue to support this as a moving issue, and I would hope to, speaking to the select board, and if I could ask a question, would be, is there any way to recoup over the next 5 years our commitment towards those ARPA funds, or to grow towards the prospect of a matching donation? Is there a way to secure any money back into the skate park after that?
You know my answer, but there's 5 other people here, so.
My question is,
No,
oh, sorry.
Mr. Faust, if you could please repeat
I just
that.
said, you know my thoughts, but there's 5 other people here,
There
so.
is.
The board is committed to getting the state park funded, whether it be through grants or, right now, we don't have the cash, so we can't throw it at it, and I think it would be premature for us to say, yes, we can raise $150,000 in the next 5 years, but the select board is committed to seeing this project through. We did take responsibility for the mishandling of the money. I could sit here and give you all the excuses why we weren't able to come up with the money when we said we were gonna, but that's not gonna change the fact that we didn't know exactly what was going on and the money disappeared. And for that, we are sorry. But at this point, there's nothing we can do about it except for move forward and make this project happen in the future.
Thank you.
But there's something everyone in here can do, and that's vote yes on our localized options tax, which goes towards infrastructure, economic development, and climate resiliency. And so localized options tax it's a lot of things, but it's also a way to help offset increasingly large capital projects, which this fits the bill in. So you have an opportunity to vote yes for a localized options tax, which would help us recoup this money and equitably place it back into reserve accounts so we can get the skate park back on track.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to work with you and to continue this as a town and as a future project for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Me too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dylan.
Any other comments, discussion, questions regarding the town reports? Mr. Albertson.
I'd like to bring attention to the discussion for going townwide for the police. So that was something that we were asked to do last time this year, and you've probably seen that it's not on ballots, and there hasn't been any concrete movement on that. So we did commit to a plan, and we didn't deliver on that plan a year later. I will say that one of the major issues for that was staffing changes at the end of 2024. I was the interim town administrator for 7 months, beginning January of last year, and I spent time on it, but I wasn't able to spend as much time as I intended to. As we brought on and found a new town administrator, and as he came on board and we discussed the project together, and at the select board level, we felt that the question that we were going to ask, which was a simple question, was too simple, and that the project itself and the idea of expanding the police department was more complex and nuanced than a single question could allow. We also felt that by putting it on, we're losing the ability to speak with voters and with police district residents about the project and what the police department should be. It's not simply should it be town-wide, but it's also what should it look like and what's the future direction of the police department. And that starts with how it is in the district and what it might be going to a larger base of townspeople. So we didn't want to rush it and just put that question on this year. But I will say that we have a draft plan that's being internally reviewed by town employees and board members at the moment. And I will say within the second quarter of 2026, you'll see that coming out, and you'll see much more information about that coming out very soon.
Anyone else wish to be heard?
Oh, I have one other thing too.
Mr. Alvinson.
So 2 other things, and this is sort of future projects. So this year we have the second phase of our water line replacement project. So Bristol West is replacement of all the 1905 water pipes to the west of North Street in the village area. That will continue for 2 years. And along with town service lines, we will also be replacing customer service lines that need to be replaced as part of a state initiative. And so those folks will be notified very soon about this project. That side of the project was brought together with the service line inventory that the town performed a couple years ago, getting a handle on every piece of pipe that's in the ground. And by doing that, that allowed us to sort of formulate a plan of how to approach replacing customer service lines as well as replacing town service lines. So very soon you will see a lot more information about the Bristol West project and how it will affect you. It is a big project, as I said. It's one of the biggest infrastructure projects that the town has ever done, and we're only in phase 2 of it. Phase 3 will be in 2 years from now. That will be Bristol East, everything east of North Street. And that'll continue the same kind of thing where you're replacing a lot of the 1905 pipes that are in the ground. These are the original water pipes that were put in when the water system was first created for the town. And then the final phase of the project is 2 years after that. So again, we're in 6 years now. And that's Rockydale, serving the homes that are down there, which are currently served by the same pipe. So it's a huge project. The first phase of that was Pine Street, which went very well and was very successful. And we hope to have the same outcome in 2 years for phase 2. We went through a full bid process, and we've chosen a contractor for the project, which we're very happy about. We are also very happy about the price. And we've also had, within the last month or two, I would say, a lot of very positive news from the state in terms of how this project is funded and what our final cost will be at the end. All very, very good news. So there's that project. And then 2 other projects I want to mention that will be starting literally next week will be energy improvements and renovations to this building, as well as the library. So the library will close for about 6 weeks starting next week, as will Holley Hall. And these 2 projects they're different pools of grant funding as well as town capital funds. There are 2 different projects, but they're being done by the same contractor, Silver Maple Construction, a local company in New Haven. They will be renovating this hall. So all the exterior walls that you see will be torn out, and they will be insulated. At the moment, there's no insulation in the walls. So it's very hard to heat this building in this time of year, and it's also very hard to cool the building when it's in the midst of summer. So the idea with these projects, again, 2 projects that were grant funded, is improving airflow and circulation, putting in heating and cooling systems, and doing insulation as well. The library has similar needs. That was a Vermont Libraries Treasury grant for that. They will be putting in new air circulation systems, heat pumps for heating and cooling, replacing an oil boiler with propane, also doing major renovation work on the outside to replace all the rot, things like that. So both projects, the money needs to be spent and projects need to be completed by the end of this year. We have assurances from Silver Maple that will be easy to complete. So by the end of this year, or probably hopefully by September, we will have completed major renovations on 2 of the most important buildings in the town. So we're very excited to share that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard before we vote? I see a hand pointing at someone. Yes, you. Come on up and use the microphone in the front. Remember to speak your first and last name before speaking.
Julie Almeida Clark. Thank you so much, Select Board, for making some very important decisions in our town. I realize that you dedicate many hours beyond what you are paid to do. What I'm also hearing from a lot of people here is they've dedicated a lot of time and energy into making decisions for our town, and I just haven't I'm personally not yet satisfied with your response about the specific actions that you've put in place or the processes aren't yet clear to me about some of the questions that have been raised. And I want people to continue to step up to be on the select board or continue to raise funds for projects in our town. And I'm sorry if I'm not being very clear with my question, but can I ask a question of everybody here?
You may.
Is anyone else still needing more information about transparency or processes? No. Okay, then I'll do my own research. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard? Waving around. Anybody? Oh, up in the balcony, please advance. You've already spoken before. If there's anyone else who wishes to be heard, then I'll hear from them first. Not seeing anyone else, you may have the second opportunity. Go ahead, Ms. Beauchamp.
Hi, Alyssa, Bristol resident. Totally different topic, if that's okay. I was hoping you all could explain the process for different community organizations to request funding from the town of Bristol. For example, there's a long list of different community-focused orgs. And the context for this question is that I noticed on the list of the trends of deaths and births, we are skewing one way very obviously. I forget what page it is. And so the reason I have this question is I've noticed that things like Bristol Family Center is the tiniest amount of money that's being requested from the town. And as someone with a young child and who has other young parent friends who are struggling to get access to affordable or just childcare in general, let alone affordable, thanks State of Vermont for tuition assistance program. How does that process work so that we as parents understand how we can engage, how we can do advocacy? I'm just genuinely curious to learn how that process works, and that amount of money kind of gets requested from the town for something that I'm seeing as a vital need in order for us to address what is clearly a trajectory in the not great direction.
Thank you.
It's entirely driven by the organizations themselves. We have a social services policy. It's a Vermont statute or policy to allow nonprofit organizations to appeal to towns for appropriations every year. So Bristol has their own version of that, as do most towns with their own particular language. And so an organization can get the required amount of signatures with a particular amount of money that they want to request of the voters of the town. And as long as they can demonstrate a need that they're a social services kind of organization that would support the residents of the town, that would be allowed on. It's something that the select board doesn't really have control over. It's what the voters have control here tonight. With regard to the amount, generally most towns have it where if your amount changes each year, then you need to resubmit petitions. We generally do it where you do 3 years, and we can, and then you don't need to, as long as it doesn't change, let me say that again. Every year you would need to submit, regardless of your amount changes, a petition. Bristol's social services policy says after 3 years of doing that, then you don't need to. It just, if you level fund it each year, it just automatically goes on as part of an appropriation. But if you're speaking to a particular organization, you would talk to them about the appropriations that they ask for, the towns that they ask them for. And it does change, the rescue squad, because of the way they changed their way of funding it, it was going to change every year, so that's an organization that does that and has those changes. But most of the organizations you see in there, the outside organizations equal around $50,000 of appropriations from residents, from voters in the town, taxpayers. But it's all driven by the organization.
Yeah, and they don't automatically go back on. They still have to submit a petition. They just don't have to get the signatures after 3 years, provided the amount doesn't change.
Yes, it's usually a letter each year is sent to the town saying we'd like to request the same amount of money. We do need that letter, and they do need to submit a report to the town report. And as the person who does the town report, I sort of drive that and make sure that all of those organizations do submit, because I think we all should know where those funds are going, regardless of how small they are.
In the balcony, I recognize the speaker standing at the microphone. Please state your first and last name.
Tasha Ball, Bristol resident, and I work for the Willowell Foundation. And I just want to say thank you to the town and to the select board, and just recognize that you do support early education and young families. We received $200,000 in ARPA funds for our Wren's Nest Forest preschool, which was hugely generous. It let us expand what we do. We offer childcare for 3 to 5 year olds, and we prioritize Bristol residents. I'm not trying to plug my program, I'm just saying thank you and giving a nod to the ARPA money that really made a huge impact in this town. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you. And also, I will say, Julie, if you do have questions, feel free to contact me. I'm happy to talk to you about anything regarding transparency for the town.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments or anything else they want to wish to be heard on? Yes, come on up.
Josh Trudeau, Hardscrabble Road. Looks like we're negative in the Capital Technology Fund and the Cemetery Reserve Fund by a pretty good amount. Like, what happened there? And how are we going to fill that hole? We're on page 38.
We're negative in the technology because generally we've attempted to fund that higher with unassigned funds every year. The last couple of years there have not been unassigned funds, and so that capital account has gone into the negative. It needs to be a lot higher. We've generally funded it quite low, and so we're putting it up. We try to put it up each year. As for the cemetery, the same issue. So that was also something where we started at our first couple of years using the general fund. That money would come from voters. The last one that we did was unassigned funds, and if there isn't unassigned funds, then those accounts don't get topped up with that, even though it's on our warning. And that's why it's gone into the negative. Money was spent from that account on work, and the money wasn't there. We hope to fix that quite soon.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard? Anybody? Oh, it helps when you all point. That's good. Someone in the back row? Yes, please come on up to the microphone. I love the spirit of everybody helping me identify who wants to speak. Here it's okay to point, not impolite.
My name is Mark Elbaum. I'm a Bristol resident. And I just want to say that the acoustics in this room are awful. Now, that is nobody's fault. It's strictly about when this was built. And I know a bit about that stuff, and the time to address it is when you're tearing down the walls.
We're on
I don't know
it.
if you're aware of that or not, but that is the time to save a bunch of money in fixing the acoustics.
When they have all the walls opening up, we're going to have
Exactly.
it pre-ran for auditory as well as visual. So next year, things are going to be a lot different in here. I apologize if you could not hear.
No,
I'm
no.
hard of hearing as well, so I can't even hear myself talk at times.
It's absolutely fine for what
Okay.
we're doing now, but if you've ever come here and heard, say, a band play, it just sounds like you're in an echo chamber. And that the time to fix that is when the walls are down.
Please don't put that on our Yelp review.
I
But yeah,
won't, I
we're going to
promise.
address that, and my goal is for next town meeting, everybody in the back can hear me if I'm whispering, and as well as having a more climate-controlled environment. And so we luckily were able to get one last town meeting in here before the construction worked, and so next year we'll be looking at a different setup.
Okay, great. I mean, like I say, everyone's talking about spending. That's the time to save money.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard on the town reports before we move on? All right, I'm not seeing anybody. So, before we move on, we have to vote on the town reports. So those in favor of accepting the town reports, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Then the ayes have it. I know, I really encourage people, you get into the spirit. It is 7:45. I'm going to move on to Article 2. And then I want to remind people that there are refreshments in the back, sugar, so you can get a little energy boost. And as you need to, take care of yourself if you need to move around, if you need to stand, if you need to sit, or if you need to use the restrooms. I will ask around the 8 o'clock mark if we want to take a break. And that's what we'll do. Article 2. On Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, we'll meet to elect the following town officers by Australian ballot as requested by law. 1 select board member for a 3-year term, 1 select board member for a 2-year term, 1 first constable for a 1-year term, 1 second constable for a 1-year term, 1 town moderator for a 1-year term, 1 town lister for a 3-year term, 1 Mount Abraham Unified School District School Board member for a 3-year term, and 2 library trustees for 3-year terms, and a partridge in a pear tree. Okay, kidding about the partridge. We don't elect partridges. This is anybody willing to move this article?
So moved.
Anyone second? Thank you very much. So we don't actually do much on discussion, but if anybody's here who's running for those offices, you're welcome to stand up at the microphone and introduce yourselves. No politicking here, not grandstanding, but say hi to the voters and introduce yourself. Is anybody here running for a position who would like to come up to the microphone and speak? All right, not seeing a stampede, I'm going to just ask for a vote. So, any of those in favor of meeting tomorrow, same place, different time, to vote for these items by Australian ballot, please say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Couldn't talk anybody into it this time. I believe the article passes. Article 3, this is for discussion only. It will be voted on town meeting day tomorrow by Australian ballot. I will now read it. Article 3, on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, by Australian ballot, should the voters approve a local options tax, abbreviated LOT, for the town of Bristol in alignment with the State of Vermont, currently 1%, on sales, meals, rooms, and alcohol as specified in 24 Vermont statutes annotated, section 138, subsection B. The proceeds would be designated for capital infrastructure, a minimum of 40%, climate resilience and emergency preparedness, minimum 20%, and economic development, minimum 20%. There is a select board note on this that more information could be found at www.bristolvt.org/lot. Will anybody move Article 3 for discussion?
So moved.
Mr. Albinson has moved. Is there a second? Thank you for the second. Is there anybody who wishes to discuss Article 3 on the local options tax? Reminder, this is not going to be voted on. We will just move on after the discussion. Mr. Albinson, go ahead.
So this is an opportunity for the town. There are over 30 Vermont towns that already have this as part of their town budget. And I think Bristol would do well to vote yes on this tomorrow. Middlebury's had it since 2008. It's been incredibly successful for them, bringing in over $1 million every year. Many of their large-scale infrastructure projects have been funded by using lot money. So as I said, it's an opportunity for us. 90% of our income for the town is property tax. We recognize that we need other revenue streams to fund the things that go on in this town. And the local option tax, is one of those revenue streams. It's a 1% tax that's added to sales, meals, alcoholic beverages that are served in restaurants and rooms. Of that 1%, 75% comes back to the town. That 75% would come back quarterly. So if this passes tomorrow, we can implement it, and by October, we should see a good amount of money coming to the town. In our discussions this past year about how the money could be spent, we looked at areas that we felt at this time were the most important areas in the town. And so our decision was to divide up how we might use the funds. Some towns use the full amount for property tax offsetting. Others have used it only for capital infrastructure or for other items that their town really needs. Our three-prong approach was capital infrastructure, a minimum of 40%, climate resiliency and emergency preparedness, a minimum of 20%, and then economic development, putting money back in, using organizations like Bristol Core, the downtown group, to help us as a town bring more people here. The more people we bring here, the more of the lot is offset by visitors versus residents. We also have a 20% sort of flexible amount that can be used in any of those other three buckets. Because this is we're trying this for the first time, we wanted to have flexibility to know that we could increase any of those to different amounts. So I do think it's a very good thing to support. We have full ability to, at the next town meeting, to remove it if we wish, or to adjust how the town spends that money. The voters have the ability to do that. And so I don't see any reason why we wouldn't support this. I've spoken to a lot of business owners about it. Some have trepidation, others seem to have little concern because they had businesses that already are in towns that have this. Part of the discussion I'm seeing out there is sort of it's another tax, which I understand, and I wish we could call it something else, but that it is what it is. But it's also something where more than likely the amount that we would have to pay as a resident would be far less than adding it to property taxes. And that's where, if we don't have other forms of revenue coming into the town to pay for our projects, that's where it goes. It would be added to property taxes. And we prefer not to do that. And this is one of those things that we can put it to the vote, see if people support it, and give reports back quarterly to see how we're doing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on this question? Yes, here in the second row, come on up to the microphone. And for those standing in the back, there are plenty of front row seats.
Good evening, Dave Sharp, Bristol. So it's unfortunate, the language in this article, as far as I'm concerned. And I look forward to the Select Board bringing to us next year how they're going to spend some of this money to reduce the property taxes of those residing in the police district. Although I live in the town outside of the police district, I recognize that most all of this lot money is going to be generated within the police district. And it's the residents of the police district that have been asking for a number of years for help to fund the police in their district. And I'm sympathetic with that request. Although I don't think expanding the police district beyond the police district, the current police district borders, is helpful or cost effective or saves village taxpayers any money. What can save village taxpayers a little bit of money is spending some of this lot money on reducing the police costs so that village residents pay less in their property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? Yes.
Hi, Sean Kimball, Bristol resident. I'm just wondering how often we'll be seeing the numbers throughout the year. Is this going to be just at the end of the year that we see how much we've generated in revenue?
Since it's quarterly, I would say that we would put out quarterly reports.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes, question here.
Hi, I'm Gina Pandolfo. Mr. Albinson, you mentioned that 75% of the lot tax, the funds of that would come back to the town, but I'm wondering where the other 25% would go.
The state takes that. And part of that, there's a small percentage, I think it's 5%, which is sort of the admin fee. The other remaining amount goes towards the pilot program, which is if you have state buildings in your town or you have state lands, you get reimbursed for that. Payment in lieu of taxes. So we have a very small amount of land that we get back. It's about $500. But other towns who have or other towns who have buildings in their towns would get a greater amount of that percentage back. But it's the state that. And it has been lobbied. It was, until recently, it was a 70-30 split, and they recently changed it within the last 6 months to be 75-25. And the hopes is that maybe it continues to go higher, so towns do receive a greater amount of that back.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, we'll go front row.
Hi, I'm Jamie Gerlaw of Bristol. Do you have an idea of what percentage of the taxes that are gathered are coming from local residents versus visitors?
There's not really any solid information on that because there's no way to track that. I only found of one town that had done some sort of research on that, and I don't know how they conducted it, but that town said it was a third paid by residents of the town, and the remaining 2/3 were visitors. And that could have been a town that has heavy visitor usage. Bristol has a fair amount of visitors that come through. It's a destination for a lot of people, but it's difficult to pinpoint what it might bring in. You would have to we could ask stores in terms of collecting information when people are paying for things, but it seems like that's probably not going to be successful. So it's hard to tell.
Yes, Jessica.
I just wanted to respond to Dave's question about lowering the tax rate. The way that I think about using the lot is if you read this weekend's Addison Independent, you might have seen the article about Brandon and their tax rate. And so Brandon also has a lot. And so even though they have a large bridge repair that's really expensive, they didn't add that to the property tax increase. Instead, they used the money that they had collected in their lot fund to pay for the bridge repair. So what we're facing at the town level is that because of flooding especially, but a lot of climate-related emergencies, that there are things that we can't prepare for, like when the road next to the Creamy Stand just sort of disappeared, right? So things like that, when they happen, those aren't in our budget, but obviously we have to repair them, right? It's a safety concern. And so when we repair those, we have to pull money from other parts of our budget, like the skate park or other projects then that don't get funded. So there are only two ways to respond to that normally. One is that we increase your property tax rate, which we don't want to do. I especially don't want to do that. The other thing that we can do is we borrow, right? And you have to pay that money back with interest. We don't want to do that either if we can avoid it. And what the lot allows us to do is spread out the burden so that anybody shopping in Bristol, whether you're a resident or not, we all add this small amount of money together, but it all adds up. And then we're able to make some of those repairs without increasing your property taxes or without borrowing and having to pay it back with interest.
And we can also leverage the money. For instance, in Middlebury, their lot pretty much, I don't know if anyone's been in Middlebury and seen the large bridge there. That's paid by everyone who comes through Middlebury and has so for like the last 13 years. But what it also does is, as we're able to stow money away in those reserves, it allows us to have that grant match, right? Like some of these projects are far above like what we could potentially afford on a 1-year, 2-year capital savings plan. But having $50,000 gives me skin in the game to go after grants that would parlay and leverage us $1 million or 1.5 or 2. And so while it might seem small in like what we're actually able to collect annually, it will fit the need for certain grant matches that will allow us to do and, produce far beyond what our financial capabilities are. So yes, we obviously don't want to take on any additional debt on your behalf, but having the ability to pay for quick emergencies with cash, so I'm not having to pull money from non-approved other areas, which has happened in the past when you're running a shallow budget like we do here. And so it gives us an ability to be less reactive and be more intentional with your money and get more mileage out of it. And I mean, everyone else around us is utilizing localized options. So if you go anywhere else outside of Bristol, you're paying for infrastructure repairs in Middlebury, paying infrastructure repairs in Virgins, and other locations. So it's just, we got to keep up, And I do not want to see us get passed by.
Thank you.
Hi, Brenda Ellis. Theoretically, I love the idea of getting money from tourists, but I do have a little bit of concerns about the impact on folks in the community who are the people who aren't property tax owners or property tax payers because they rent. It's nice to get people from out of town paying, but we probably get people from Starksboro, other areas that are, low income, and so I don't even remember how much that percent is. But go ahead.
1%.
1%. Ooh. Okay. So.
$1 on a $100 bill.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, it sounds like nothing, but for people
others,
who
it's not totally.
But for people who are already seriously in debt, paying over 20% on their credit cards,
Totally. There's restrictions also.
Go ahead, sorry.
There's restrictions on what can the tax be levied to, and so we were very intentional in ensuring and making sure that we wouldn't be putting those who are currently disadvantaged at a greater disadvantage. And Ian can kind of go off the list of what those areas that are off limits to be taxed by.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that again, because my understanding, of course, groceries not, but I was wondering if, you go to the hardware store because you got to repair something, or what kinds of things. So, I would love to hear that, Ian.
The main things that currently do not have sales tax are groceries, medicine, clothing, home heating fuels, electricity costs for residential, things like that. Sort of the staples that you need to survive. They don't have sales tax. And so by adding a lot to Bristol, because those items aren't taxed already, they aren't subject to the 1%. But the great majority of things that are for sale, that have sales tax, will have that percentage added to them. So you can think of it as a penny on a dollar. That's what it really is. I did a post about it, just talking about locally in terms of if you shopped around town, what it might be. And examples I gave was like a $45 tool or piece of hardware from Martin's was extra 45 cents. A $30 bike accessory from Cool Motion Outdoor Sports was 30 extra cents. So, I can go on, but it's, a penny on a dollar is what you can consider it.
Okay, thank you. I love the idea of putting on hotels and stuff like that, although I don't think there's enough hotel space in here to really do much for the budget.
And we did consider that. Some towns only pick one of the four areas. We decided to go with all areas because sales tax is really the largest income for the town. In terms of if you look at numbers from the state, it's like 21 million is the taxable sales for Bristol in 2024, and the total non-taxable, including taxable, is 90 million. That's just for Bristol. So it's quite shocking when you see those numbers. And it's not just sort of village or village district shopping. It's any number of businesses that are selling various things. Most of those things will have sales tax, and so we capture everything within the town, and not just the village area. And so that's why those sales are so high. But looking at the numbers that just the meals and alcohol and lodging had, especially lodging, because we've lost some of that over the last decade. It was just such a small amount to make it it didn't seem worth it to be able to just collect such a small amount, and then we wouldn't be able to use that very well. So sales was included in that.
Okay, and I had a second question.
I'm going to ask you
Go
to
ahead.
yield the floor.
Oh,
If
okay.
someone else doesn't ask that question, then you can have a second opportunity later. But I want to
Okay.
make sure that everybody has a chance to ask questions
Okay,
this
thank you.
evening. Thank you. Anybody else have some questions? Yes, in the very far back, hands up. Yep, that's you. Come on up.
Hi. I feel like it would
Hold
be...
on. Ask you to state your name for our record.
Oh, yeah. Sally Burrell.
Thank you.
I feel it's worth trying this because then we'd really know, is this something or isn't this? If we just try it, we can always just not do it the following year.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot of possibility.
Thank you, Sally.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell. Does anybody else have something that they would like to share?
Right back there.
Yeah. Come on up. Come on down. Price is right.
Hi, Mara Donnelly, Bristol resident, and I'm also a small business owner, and I just wanted to say from that perspective, I completely support this. I know there's been some conversation about it being a burden. It's really, for me, it's really just pushing two different buttons when I put in my taxes. It's not a hardship at all. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've heard two people speak in favor. Does somebody want to speak against? Well, it's just to make sure that things remain open. It can quash conversation if someone begins to feel like the room is all on one side and they don't speak up. And I want to make sure that we have a full dialogue here, which is why I'm asking that since we've just heard two people speak in favor, if there's anyone who has a question or challenge or wants to speak against, would you like to speak now?
Up top.
Up in the top? Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Michelle Steele. I have a question. If this is approved and this money starts coming in, how are decisions made about the money being spent? Is that just at the discretion of the select board, or what's the process?
It is at the discretion of the select board within those three areas that we've identified, but any decisions that we would make would all be in public meeting, and we welcome people to comment and bring ideas to us. You know, we've already had Dylan up front here talking about being able to bring money to the skate park reserve fund, and I think that's a good idea. It's a great way of using that money, if we gets approved tomorrow, to put towards one of our infrastructure projects. But I'd welcome any comment from any resident of how the money should be spent within those three buckets.
We certainly have a lot of infrastructure projects lined up for the next couple years, as you all heard tonight. And by giving that proportionality to those infrastructure projects, I can help offset increased property taxes. Once we get through this little busy season, I mean, we did leave room in language to adjust this to Bristol's needs. This isn't solely driven by what we all up here think. It's what best serves all of you. And right now, we're looking at millions of dollars of infrastructure projects. You got water lines from 1905. We're trying to get rid of that in a timely and effective and cost-effective manner. But I mean, I think once we get through these, deferred maintenance things that the town of Bristol has, I mean, we can also walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, and being able to, appropriate money into economic development. And I personally think Main Street businesses are way better than Middlebury's anyway, and I certainly would love to see some more money being put towards Main Street, local businesses, and even businesses in Bristol that aren't on Main Street. There's a lot of you that operate in your own properties or on the peripheries or not in the district even, and you all are included in that. So yes, to answer your question, yes, but things won't always be the same. We won't always be slogging away at water infrastructure projects or Holley Hall renovations. And so once we get through this, we can kind of
reassess, reorganize, and figure out what other needs in the community are. There's a nice woman up there referred to herself as being a single mother and additional costs related to childcare. While there isn't necessarily something tied into there immediately, I mean, this is what localized option taxes are for, is to be flexible to meet the needs of the residents of Bristol at the time that they need them. And so if you look at it through that lens, it's a lot of promise in what we can do by while at the same time not raising property taxes. Thank you.
Yes, hand in the back. Yes, with the white. Come on up. Yes, you. Stand up, you.
I'm Missy Holland. I live on Briggs Hill Road. My question, I guess I have I think they're quick questions. What's your estimate on what you would be collecting from the lot for next year?
Our initial preliminary estimate is like 200 to 250,000 preliminary. We won't know until we implement it.
I understand.
Like the numbers, I mean, we operated by being data informed in this, but
I get it.
Yeah.
The other question is, does that money have to be spent in the next year? So how are you going to decide what gets salted away?
Well, great question. We're concurrently working on a town plan, right, which will be engaging Bristol residents to your needs and what we need to see, as well as we have a pilot program with the State of Vermont that is going to be addressing, and we'll be bringing in consultancies for climate resiliency, housing, affordable housing. So it really feels like there's opportunities to move and pivot within the areas that you're speaking of. And no, I'm not aware of any requirement or statute that says we have to, like, it's not a federal budget where all the money gets spent at the end of the year or we're afraid to lose it. I think, if the numbers are lower than anticipated, then we roll them into reserve capitals and continue on with the plan of infrastructure growth and building and just keep rolling it along.
I guess part of my question, it has to do with salting it away and rolling it over for a number of years. Is it within the power of the select board to say, we're going to roll it over because we're going to save up for Briggs Hill Road?
Yeah.
And not spend it on the immediate parts of like the skate park?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we can do both, right? And that's the thing, is like, we have to have, we can determine layers within those categories to distribute money to. It's not one or nothing. Like, we can send money out to different future capital projects within there and, yeah, roll it over into the next year until we accumulate what is necessary to move forward.
And part of that, too, is driven by detailed projects that we have. We're not going to put money towards things that we would like to do in 10 or 15 years. We will have projects. Obviously, Briggs Hill, we've discussed that.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have identified myself
No, it's
as
fine.
Briggs Hill, because that's actually not what I'm thinking about.
Oh.
What I'm really thinking about is, could the select board take the 40% that's for capital projects, keep rolling it over, well, for whatever reason, to accumulate it for a big project, and not do the skate park right away?
Technically the board could make that decision, but I don't see that happening because I hope that the decisions will be driven by community input and what the community feels is most important to spend that funding on.
And how are you going to get that input?
Coming to select board meetings and being engaged with what we do here at the town level.
So it's up to us.
Well,
you're not going to take the initiative to ask us.
Oh no, we will do both. I mean, we welcome anyone to attend meetings. I've tried very hard with my time on the board to be
as open and transparent and engaging as possible to people, but we can always do better. And so my hope is that we have, similar to tonight, we have an engaged community that wants to talk about these things. I'm happy to work away and sometimes work in a vacuum on all the stuff that's in my head because I really enjoy doing this. But the most gratifying thing is working with community members who share the same vision or have ideas far beyond mine. Like, that's part of why I do this.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for or against? Go ahead.
My name is Chris Bray. I live here in Bristol, and I just wanted to thank the Select Board for bringing this option forward. When you're in elected office, probably the last thing you want to do is ask to raise taxes or a new tax, but the way we build the things we need in the community is we raise the money. And having watched the Select Board for years, I know you are incredibly careful about spending, and you work very hard to get the most value out of the money that is raised in tax. So I appreciate that you're finding another way to raise money to do important projects that also lessens the burden on property tax. So thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Yes, in the very far back, raising your hand. Come on up.
Thank you very much. Cynthia
Can you get
Brisson.
closer to the microphone, please? We can't hear you.
Cynthia Brisson.
Perfect.
Okay, little echo on this end. So the question is about how to get information, how members of the community get information to you folks about things that they think are important, and you're wanting that information, and certainly going to the Select Board meetings is a way to do that. And my question is, there's 2 papers out here about the town plan, and I'm wondering if this is also another way that members of the community can get information to you, and that you compile it and you look at it, and if you have to contact somebody, you can find out what it is that they're really, as they're putting this together for your information. Is this true?
Yes, ma'am, it is. So as we're moving forward with the town plan as well as the State of Vermont pilot program, there will be numerous opportunities for community engagement in which we will be providing open public meetings to generate information, feedback, elicit feedback from it's important to me that we create a plan that is actually supported by the people that live here instead of just dreaming up random things. And so what is important to you in the street you live on, in the neighborhood you are in, is important to me. And so it's important that we have the proper levels of engagement, ask the right questions, and stay consistent with that, and then bring that feedback in and make it a part of our planning process as well as our capital fundraising process to actually execute it.
Right. And I also wanted to make a point that I read online, that there were criteria under capital investment, criteria under climate resilience and emergency preparedness, and the other category. What's the other category?
Economic development.
Economic development, and there were examples of those on the website that's provided in the town plan. So that was helpful, and I wanted to say thank you. And so these papers are in the back if you want to take one home and fill them out or get some information. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion, applause, questions? Before I go back to someone who's spoken before, I want to give anybody an opportunity up in the balcony. Yep, I've got to make sure everybody else has had an opportunity before I return to someone who's spoken before. Okay. Not seeing anyone else, go ahead if you still wish.
Brenda Ellis again. I just want to make a correction. I would not characterize my comments as being in favor. I was questioning some things, and I would say mostly towards not in favor. I do have a question, because this is a tax that you wouldn't have a choice on. Is there any possibility of having it be a voluntary type of tax? Like a business owner mentioned, you hit the button and it says, you add it on so that a person would have the option to say, yes, I'm willing to pay it. No, I'd rather not, because I'm in Martin's today and they ask you, do you want to round up, for this whatever, I forget what, I just said yes, I forget what it was for, sounded good.
Right.
So anyways, I just raised that as a question, if it's a possibility, and I realize we could revisit this in a year and see, but for the most part, I don't want my comments as just blank in favor. Thank you.
Okay. With this particular program, because it's state-run, it is not optional.
Anyone else wish to be heard? I'm not seeing any hands. Shout out if I've missed you. All right. So it is almost 8:20. Do you want to take a 5-minute break, or would you like to keep rolling? Those in favor of taking a 5-minute break, say aye. Oh, point of order. There's no motion on the floor. That was a motion. Motion. Vote on the break. Is that your motion, sir?
You need to vote on this article so we can vote on it tomorrow?
Yes.
All right. Then I'll say, well taken. You can't, it's not actually passing a tax. I don't know whether you need to vote on this or not. I said you didn't, but I'm happy to take a vote just so it can be considered tomorrow and they don't have to change the ballots. All right.
So we're done with this.
I think we're done with it. Exactly. Break. Y'all want a break? No. I think the noes have it. If you need a personal break, take it. We're rolling on.
Most of us got to work tomorrow.
Article 4. 4. Will the voters authorize payment of real and personal property taxes for the fiscal year, July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027 to the town treasurer? Real property taxes will be due in 3 equal installments: August 15th, 2026, November 15th, 2026, and March 15th, 2027. Taxes must be delivered in person to the town office by midnight on the due date. Postmarks will not be accepted. Those who are taking a break, please do so quietly. Late payments will incur interest at 0.75% per month or part of a month for the first 3 months after the due date, and at 1.25% per month or part of the month starting after 3 months. Will anybody move Article 4?
So moved.
Ian Alderson has moved, and
Second.
And we have a second. All right, we have discussion on Article 4. Would anybody like to be heard on Article 4? Mr. Albinson.
So this is obviously a change from previous years. We are moving, or would like to move, to a 3 payment system. Part of this is to balance out the amount of funding that comes into the town. We often find ourselves, especially with the amount of projects that we have, short on funds at certain times of the year because we only have 2 tax payments. We researched this. We've seen other towns are successful with 3, and so we thought we would propose this year. So yeah, we would like to try this and see if it's successful. Also, I hope that it might be easier for people to pay taxes given that it's 3 payments versus 2 large payments. It'll be 3 medium-sized payments, perhaps. So we just want to give this a try and see how it works and see how it balances out our internal funding throughout the year.
Any other questions, discussion? Yes, here in the 4th or 5th row.
Yes, I'm Lynn Dyke. What I want to know is how you came up with those, when the payments would be. I mean, they're not in like 4-month increments. And I think the 3 months would be really hard, from August to November.
Okay.
Okay.
The dates were mainly the research that we did for other towns in Vermont. We sort of followed what other towns had currently set up, and so we used the same structure.
Anyone else wish to be heard? I see a finger pointing to someone over here. Yes, thank you. On the end, come on up.
I'm Penelope Markle. I like the three-payment system. I'm really grateful that I wouldn't have to pay taxes again on the same time my federal taxes are due. But I'm wondering, when are you going to tell us what our payments are then? Are you going to notify us in the middle of June or early in June then what our taxes are going to be?
Sharon. Come on, Sharon.
Hello.
Hi, Sharon.
The first payment would be August 15th, and we would have the tax bills out by the middle of July. So 30 days prior to the due date.
Thank you. Yes, over here. Come on up.
Terry Ryan, Bristol. Tax bills out by the middle of the previous month, and then they're due the 15th of the next one. The way the mail service has been lately, that may not be workable, and it's not funny.
No, I know.
It's really not. And it specifically says here, postmarks will not be accepted for the payment. So I realize that we have no control over the postal system, but to require that the bill be delivered to the office is inconvenient at best and unreliable of late. But so I don't think a month ahead of time is enough time to send out the bill, because you may not get it for 3 weeks, the way things are, and then you have to get it in within a week. So I suggest that that be adjusted.
The town, I think that's a valid point. The town does accept, cash or check if you're coming in person. We've also recently changed our policy to accept credit card payments for property taxes now, if you wish to use that. And we're also more than willing to work on payment plans for the collection of taxes as well, to make it easier for residents to pay their taxes.
Thank you. As a reminder, this is a town meeting. You can make amendments if you want to move them. Does anybody else have anything else that they would like to say? Yes. Oh my goodness, the balcony. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Carol Johnson. So I just want to clarify, I have a tax bill waiting to be paid April this year. So would this actually mean that we are paying taxes 4 times in '26? Would we be paying in April and August and November and March?
Correct.
Can someone speak into the microphone and answer that?
Well, March would be in 2027.
March would be 27. But
Yeah.
we still are going to owe the April one, right?
That's this year.
Yes.
That's correct.
Because these tax payments wouldn't change until July 1st.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you speak to whether they have to make all 3 payments or I thought they were.
Anyone else want to be heard? Balcony, floor. Yes, thank you. Right down here in the back.
Gina Pandolfo. I think I heard that we could make an amendment to maybe change the dates. So I'm bad at math, but maybe someone else could help me out. Like, when would be a more convenient cadence of when the tax bills are due?
September 15, Jan 15, May 15.
Okay. So I'd like to pose an amendment to update it to September 15th, January 15th, and May 15th.
Okay. Hold on, I've just got to write that down. All right, so we have a motion to replace August 15th, 2026, November 15th, 2026, and March 15th, 2027 with the following dates: September 15th, 2026, and I believe, may I ask for a point of clarification here, is that January 15th, 2027? And then May 15th, 2027? Do I have a second for that motion? All right. So now we're going to discuss the amendments and the amendments only, not that main motion. So would anybody like to be heard on these proposals to amend the tax due dates to September, January, and May? Yes, come on forward.
Vicki Coyle, Bristol. A question to the Select Board. I presume that the dates that you chose have to do with cash flow and your management of the budget. So can you talk to how, I understand that maybe it's easier for some folks to have a different schedule, but can you talk to us about why your proposal works better for you than this one, or maybe it doesn't? Thank you.
Sharon, they're looking at you.
This probably would work the same. Obviously, we looked, as I said, to other towns to be able to sort of have guidance for this. There were towns that had 4 payments, which would be obviously different to this, but there were towns that had payments that were similar to the dates that in the new amendment. So I don't see it as being an issue. The main thing was just having an influx of cash into the town reserves on more than 2 occasions helps us greatly in terms of balancing the funding that we have.
Yes, in the back there.
And obviously, if the September 15th, the January 15th, and May 15th is amenable to persons here, we obviously want to encourage you and propose dates that are most suitable to you to pay your taxes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Krista Dye, Bristol resident. If we were to go with these proposed dates, could we still get the information early in July to give us a little bit more notice than a compressed window? Sharon?
Unfortunately, until the grand list is done at the end of June, I don't have anything to give you tax information on. So that's why it would probably be middle of July at the earliest that I could get you information that you need, because it has to be approved by the Select Board, the tax rate does, before we can actually do tax bills. So we could do a little earlier than 30 days, but not 2 months worth. So
sounds like the answer is July is still possible. Anybody else wish to be heard on the amendments? Yes, here.
Hi, Dave Sharp from Bristol. So I'm pretty hyper aware about taxes and tax policy, and this is kind of a surprise, these new dates to me, as they might be to you. The one that jumps out on me is January 15th. So a lot of people use credit cards. A lot of people spend a lot of money at Christmas. And don't those credit card bills come January 15th? So I'm concerned on what kind of pressure. I understand the notion of spreading out, and I think that's a good idea, spreading out tax payments. But I'm concerned, and maybe other citizens can talk to this, but what it might be, the pressure might be trying to pay these taxes on January 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion or thoughts on the amendment? All right, I'm not seeing anybody else wishing to be heard. We would now take a vote on the amendment. We're not voting on the main motion. We're just voting on this amendment to change the August, November, and March dates to September 15th, January 15th, and May 15th. So all those in favor of this amendment, which would now form the article to read, will the voters authorize payment of real and personal property taxes for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027 to the town treasurer? Real property taxes will be due in 3 equal installments of September 15th, 2026, January 15th, 2027, May 15th, 2027. I'm going to omit reading the rest of the article, but as I had stated before, those in favor of this amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. I am going to lean towards the nays. Did I hear anyone? So I'm going to, I think, division of the House. Okay. So what that means is, with a close vote, we are going to have a standing vote. So in this case, everyone who's in favor, I want you to stand, but those who are already standing in the back, you can just raise your hands. And I'm going to ask the Select Board to help me out and take a count of everybody who's voting in favor. Please start with counting the folks who've got their hands in the back.
We're doing the bottom over here.
Bob, are you in? Okay. 1, 2, 3.
I'm 19 downstairs. Okay. So we're 23 down here and up there. We didn't count these guys
Are the select board members voting,
And the select.
standing, or just counting?
We're counting.
Counting.
Are they going to vote on this?
No.
They may vote.
If you'd like us
going
to. Bob, if you'd like us to. Can we?
I have 54
Total. We have 23. Would you have just us? 20.
You're doing great.
One more time.
I'm sorry. You want my face?
20. No. 23 and 28. 51.
All right, thank you so much for your patience.
What do we got to do?
Those who vote nay, please stand up. Those who are voting against this amendment, please stand and be counted. If you're already standing in the back, you can raise your hand.
Way in the back, leaning against the door. You're up?
Yeah.
Yep. 15. Michael, you up? I got 17. Thank you. I knew you were serving food, Michael, so I didn't know what you were. Just getting a cookie or? He's not voting. You're not voting.
I voted for yes.
We got 4 no's and 1 yes.
Try to dial down the personnel. Is it chock full of it?
So the result is as follows. Those who voted in favor of the amendment, 52, and those opposed, 54. With that, I will rule that the nays have it and the amendment fails. Is there any further discussion before we vote on the main motion?
I'd like to make a motion, amendment to the motion.
Go ahead.
I heard what Terry said, and he's absolutely right. And being a lister in town for 15 years, August 15th is going to be real tight for the clerk's office and the treasurer's office. So I'm going to make a motion and get away from the April 15th, because we all know what that day is.
It's March.
No, I know, right, what we have down. I'm going to make a motion, I'd like to make an amendment to this is September 10th, December 10th, and April 10th.
All right, so just to be clear, Mr. Bouvier, the motion is to amend to have taxes due on September 10th of 2026, is that correct?
That's correct.
December 10th of 2026?
That's correct.
And April 10th of 2027, is that correct?
I'm taking Mr. Sharp's idea of that January 15th. I backed it up a month and 5 days. Just the 5 days, we could have gone September 15th and December 15th, but I'm trying to get it away from that April 15th.
Is there a second on that motion? All right, we have a second. In that case, we're now going to be discussing just this amendment to amend from the due dates being August 15th, 2026, November 15th, 2026, and March 15th, 2027 to the following. Taxes being due on September 10th, 2026, December 10th, 2026, and April 10th, 2027. Discussion on this amendment only. Anyone? Yes, over here. Come on up front and state your name first.
Courtney Radford. I'm in agreement with the first two dates. My fear with April 10th is that it's so close to federal taxes. So before we move forward with voting about that, perhaps we can just discuss the third date. Thank you.
Courtney, I couldn't agree more because 2 years ago we paid a penalty because I said to my wife, have we paid the taxes? Oh yeah, I paid them. And 2 days afterwards she said, did you pay those? She goes, yeah, I sent the federal in. I go, no, the town. She went, oh. We paid it, penalty. That's why I went April 10th.
All right, so concern has been raised.
I'd like to hear from the voters. If you think May 10th is fine, I'd be willing to change my amendment. Or, well, we could go March 10th then. I'll change my amendment to September 10th, December 10th, and March 10th.
So that requires the approval of the gentleman who seconded that. Do you approve of him? All right, so you've withdrawn your original amendment, the new amendment, and will you second the new amendment, Mr. Bernstein? Yes, I do. Okay, thank you. So the new dates we're now considering for amendment, instead of August 15th, 2026, November 15th, 2026, and March 15th, 2026, taxes would now be due in 3 installments of September 10th, 2026, December 10th, 2026, and March 10th, 2027. Any discussion on those dates? Yes, up in the balcony, please.
Hi, Melanie.
One moment. I just want to make sure that our record keeper is paying attention to get your name. Go ahead.
Melanie Kana. Hi. If the purpose of switching to 3 dates in the year is to even out the funds for the town, it does not make sense to me to make 2 of those dates 6 months apart already, which would be September to March. I would strongly suggest maybe moving that to May instead of March if we want to avoid April to more evenly distribute the funds through the year.
Yes.
Thank you.
I said May.
Mr. Foster, do you have your hand raised? Please come up front.
I said May and they all said go back to
Because it's
March.
6 months in between, it causes the same problem.
Yeah, it's 2 at 3. 1 at 6.
2 at 3, 1 at 6.
Yeah, it's 2 to 3 months apart, and then 1 at 6.
Cecil Foster, Bristol resident. I promised myself before tonight's meeting I wasn't going to talk, but unfortunately, we're now talking about having 3 payments in 7 months. So you want 12 months worth of payments in 7 months. That doesn't sound like you're spreading it out very well. I actually proposed 40 years ago that we go from 1 payment to 2 payments, in which we did. And now I'm not quite sure why we're going to 3 or more. I think that 2 is fine. But if we're going to have 3, let's kind of try to not have them all within 1/2 of the year.
I agree. Thank you.
Any other discussion, comments? Anyone else? Yes, right here.
I'll go, May.
Do I understand correctly
One
that
moment.
if we...
Just
sorry,
restate your
my
name.
name is Terry Ryan in Bristol. Do I understand correctly that if we vote this particular agenda item down, that we'll just stick with the 2 twice-a-year schedule? Okay.
For those of you in the back who cannot see, I see select board members nodding their heads yes.
No.
And a no.
No, because it includes other stuff in the article, so we would physically have to change the dates back to twice in order to pass this article. We can't vote this article. If we vote nay, we lose the other part of the article.
Isn't the other part of the article the existing penalty clauses?
No. No, it's the taxes, it's the penalties and the interest.
Right. Isn't there already a rule on those? You mentioned it yourself, that you paid a penalty.
Those are the same. Those are the same as last year.
So if we vote this down, the existing schedule and penalties
the whole article
continue.
Which it would.
Point of order. Yes,
I think we have voted dates every year, and I think we have to vote dates every town meeting. At least that's the way we've done this as long as I can at the meeting.
So we cannot vote this article down?
I think we can, no, you can vote this, I believe you can vote this article down, and I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn, I'm not an attorney, but, as the old joke was, but then we'd have to we can't walk away from this article, we have to set a date to collect them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yes. You would have to amend to 2 dates.
Yes, second row.
Brendan Gallivan, I live in Bristol. Joel, can I make an amendment to your
please,
amendment?
Please, because I don't want to get up again. Thank you.
So, in the interest of allowing some time after the grand list is done and the tax bills go out on July 15, thereabouts, and then making the payment periods equal, I would propose October 15th, February 15th, and June 15th.
A standing ovation.
Brendan, I will say that gets us 2 weeks before the close of the books, and we're getting a third of our money with the last 2 weeks. I would have wished you'd said May 15th. I wish you'd have said May 15th.
This is a tricky amendment to an amendment. I'm going to call it not germane. Let's vote on the first amendment, Mr. Bouvier's. If it's voted down, then you can certainly bring another. It may be the easiest way for us to do this. Yes?
I think you have to vote the amendment to the amendment first. If you have a second, then you go to Joel's amendment, and then you go to I believe.
All right, so first off, Mr. Bernstein makes a good point, well taken. There hasn't been a second made yet. I have not requested it, but given the applause, I'm sure I will get a second. Then to Mr. Sharp's point, yes, we would typically vote the amendment to the amendment, then the amendment, but the subject matter is so close, I find that to be too confusing for the populace. So if the amended amendment... No, you can vote to overrule my decision, but I think it's going to be clearer if we just vote Mr. Bouvier's amendments. If they are voted down, then the speaker is free to make his amendments. So I'm going to say no, that secondary amendment is out of order and not allow it at this time. Any further discussion before we vote on Mr. Bouvier's amendments? Yes.
King, Bristol. I don't care what date you pick, but I'm going with September. The other two I don't care about. As a lister for the town of Bristol, anything in August is way too soon. We've got grievances to have to do. Then it can go to the Board of Civil Authority, and then it can go to
State appraisers.
Yeah.
State Board of Appraisers.
State Board, which could be amending tax bills. So I'm good with September, and I don't care about the other dates. I just want to get
and with
as many of
October?
the bills correct
Okay.
before they go out.
Thank you.
Mrs. Moderator.
I did have a question. September, Ms. King, you said September was fine, just in anticipation in case it comes up, if October happened to be the first date?
October's fine.
Thank you.
I just think August is too soon.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other comments on Mr. Bouvier's amendment? Yes. Did I see a hand? Yes, come on up.
Okay, taxes are my bailiwick, so I guess I have to.
You raised them for many years when you're in the legislature.
I actually have to agree with you, Joel, in this amendment. And the reason I do it is that if you look at the appraisals and the front-end loading, so to speak, that the clerk has to go through to get tax bills out, September makes a good starting date. And if you look at your comment about close of the year with regard to the income for the select board and for the town to deal with, it seems to me that the July date is too late.
You mean the June date?
The June date is too late. So I'm going to support your amendment. I think it does spread it out 3 months between each payment. And allows both front end and back end time for the town clerk and the select board to deal with monetary issues.
Well, with the permission of the moderator and permission from my second, Mr. Bernstein, I would like to change the last one from March 10th to May 10th.
You're really putting this.
Do you still agree? September 10th, December 10th, September 10th, December 10th, and May 10th.
Mr. Bernstein, we have a motion to withdraw, or rather amend the original amendment. Do you support or deny?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, let me ask that more clearly.
Nobody wanted to write that April 10th because it's too close to federal. I understood that.
As the second is you allow Mr. Bouvier to amend that to September 10th, December 10th, and May 10th instead of March 10th? And you will also second it? All right, we are now discussing taxes being due on September 10th, December 10th, and May 10th, and that's May 10th of 2027. Mr. Sharp, you are still at the microphone, but you've already spoken. What are you doing there?
Through my comments, I can live with Joel's modification of his amendment.
Thank
I can
you.
live with it.
Thank you for your clarification. I see up in the balcony, if you'd please state your name and speak.
Hi, Alyssa Beauchamp. I'm a Bristol resident. Now that we've changed the dates about 10 times, maybe, I have a process question about those of us who are homeowners who pay our property taxes through our mortgage-like loaner. What is the administrative process for these date changes to be communicated to our mortgage lenders so that we know if we have to do follow-up work? Let's say our mortgage lender doesn't pay, because it's all coming out of escrow. Please help us know what that administrative process is, no matter the date change. Thank you.
Is anyone aware here? And if the gentleman with his hand up, do you know the answer to that question?
Sharon, our treasurer knows.
Okay, if you don't know the answer, Ms. Lucia.
We would contact all the mortgage companies and let them know that the dates have changed.
I have a follow-up
Yes.
question. Is there a date that is the least administratively burdensome? I imagine that's a long list of lenders for you all. I haven't heard anyone talk about that part of it.
We have one large lender that we deal with, and then we probably have maybe 8 or 10 smaller ones.
Great, if that feels doable for you, no further questions.
Thank you. Yes, gentleman here with his hand up. Come on up front and be sure to state your first and last name before you speak.
John O'Chapin. I know we started off with the 15th of a number of months, and then all of a sudden we got to the 10th. So I missed how we made that jump, and I was very reluctant to want to bring this up because I like to speed things up and then you want to slow it down. But it seems that the 15th might be the better choice because it's the middle of the month, a lot of things happen, and the 10th, unless Joel had a specific, fondness for the the 10th of the month, then I hate to add to the confusion, but I thought that the 15th seemed to be a good choice in the middle of the month, and so maybe we could just have that be a slight adjustment.
You haven't been identified. I haven't called on you, so we're not calling the question. Mr. Bouvier, would you like to address that?
If the crowd wants to do the 15th, they're due when we set it. So I'm fine. I was just getting away from the 15th because it's going to keep that April. That was all. That was the only reason. I wasn't going to go September 15th, December 15th, and then April 10th. That's why.
All right. Who else wishes to be heard in the front row?
Floyd Davison, Bristol. If cash flow is one of the reasons to move to this, is there any impact from with almost 2/3 of our community paying taxes with a prebate portion? Is there any impact from the state on the prebate in the cash flow considerations?
And before you step away from the microphone, could you please repeat your name? We didn't get it.
Floyd Davison.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon, did you hear the question?
They're asking about their state payment.
Prepaid.
No, their state payment. Floyd, you're asking about the state payment, correct?
The state makes a pre-date payment of taxes for about 2/3 of our community, and I just don't understand how that will or might impact cash flow, which seems to be the driving force to go to three dates as opposed to 2. And I just think that piece is important to have considered and to understand whether or not it is impactful. Because if we're trying to achieve cash flow, and by doing this, it limits our cash flow from the state, it may be a negative move cash flow-wise for the town in doing it this way. And I just want to make sure that we've done due diligence in that consideration of the cash flow.
The state payments for property taxes for individuals in the town is done June 30, July 30, August 30, September 30, and sometimes October 30. That's it.
So it's all done before?
It's all done before you even, and when, even though we might be issuing tax bills before some of the state payments come through, we will issue revised ones when we do get the state payments, because the state only does once a month, and it's the last day of the month.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? All right. Not seeing anyone else, then we are going to vote on the amendment, and only the amendment. We are then going to go back and vote on the entire article. So right now, we are voting on the following. I will read it in context. Will the voters authorize payment of real estate and personal property taxes for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027 to the town treasurer? Real property taxes will be due in 3 equal installments of September 10th, 2026, December 10th, 2026, and May 10th, 2027. Those being the dates that are being amended. Those in favor of those dates, please say aye. Aye. Those against say nay.
Nay.
I think the ayes have it. In that case, the ayes have it, and the amendment passes. So we are now going to discuss Article 4 in its entirety. There are other portions of it related to interest. So does anybody else want to discuss anything further on Article 4 before we vote on Article 4 as amended? I'm not seeing any hands. Shout out if I've missed you. All right. So we're now going to vote on Article 4 as amended. Will the voters authorize payment of real and personal property taxes for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027 to the town treasurer? Real property taxes will be due in 3 equal installments of September 10th, 2026, December 10th, 2026, and May 10th, 2027. Taxes must be delivered in person to the town office by midnight on the due date. Postmarks are not accepted. Late payments will incur interest at 0.75% per month or part of a month for the first 3 months after the due date, and 1.25% per month or part of the month starting after 3 months. Those in favor of Article 4 as amended, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Article 4 as amended passes. I remind you all that it's almost 9 and you are welcome to take a personal break as you need. I'm going to roll right on so that we can all get home. Article 5, will the town set a limit on the penalty charged for late payment of property taxes to 8% of the amount owed as allowed by Vermont law, 32 V.S.A, Section 1674, Section 3, subsection A. Will anyone move Article 5?
So moved.
So Joel Bouvier moved. Do we have a second? We've got seconds. All right. Any discussion on Article 5? Yes, Mr. Sharp.
I call your attention to...
Come to the microphone.
Dave Sharp from Bristol. I call your attention to page 150 in the town report, which is the minutes from last year's meeting. I find the wording in Article 5 unnecessary in that the State of Vermont already sets a limit on the penalty charged.
David, do you mean Article 4 of last year?
Article 4 of last year, that's correct. I'm sorry.
You said 5.
I mean Article 4. Thank you.
Okay.
Article 4 on page 150. And I'm going to use that set a rate that we set last year at this meeting. Will the town set, my amendment is to strike the Article 5 as presented this evening, strike it in its entirety, and replace it with, will the town set the penalty charge for late tax payments to 2% the amount owed as allowed by Vermont law, as passed. We passed that last year. Thank you.
Is there a second to that amendment? Okay. I'm going to need, is this? Great, thank you. That's a lot for me to memorize. All right, so the amendment, Mr. Sharp, please make sure I've got it correct, is will the town set the penalty charge for late property tax payments to 2% of the amount owed as allowed by Vermont law? Is that correct? Okay, so it's to strike the entire Article 5 as warned for this year and replace it with the language that I just gave. Is anybody wish to be heard? I'm looking. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you standing up. Come on up.
Patty Heatherly. I have a question. When it said what they owe, does that mean for the rest of the year, the fiscal year? Or is it that particular May 10th?
It's the rest of the year. So the penalty is a one-time fee applied to what is not paid by the end or by the final tax payment. I think a lot of people misunderstand and they think that with their first tax payment, if you're late, you receive this penalty. You do not. It's only on what you owe for your final payment. Whether it's 2 payments or 3 payments, it would be that final payment. And I would say that anything that you can pay throughout the year to help reduce your final payment, that means it changes what your penalty fee might be if you happen to be late for that final payment.
Thank you. Other questions or discussion? And feel free to stand up or way up. Thank you. Up in the balcony. Go ahead.
Hi, Melanie Kana, Bristol. Is there a reason the Select Board chose to switch this article to the 8% taxes set by the Vermont state law as compared to the 2% that was approved last year?
It's the state statute is up to 8%. We happen to do our delinquent taxes in-house, so we have the benefit of being able to change it from year to year. If it was done out of the town, then, and we had an actual delinquent tax collector who wasn't a town employee, they could charge, they would, and most likely would charge the 8% because that's how they get paid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Was there someone up in the balcony? Or other comments or discussion? I'm not seeing any, in which case, are we prepared to vote? All right, we're going to vote on Article 5, which strikes out the Article 5 warned in your books and replaces that language with the following. Will the town set the penalty charged for late property tax payments to 2% of the amount owed as allowed by Vermont law? Section 30, Title 32, Vermont Statutes Annotated, Section 1674, subsection 3A. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Article 4 is passed as 5. Thank you. You guys are good. Article 5 passes as amended. Rolling on, Article 6. Will the voters set the salaries that shall be paid to the members of the Selectboard for the 2026-2027 year to be $1,000 plus $25 per meeting and $35 per meeting for the chair? Will anyone move Article 6?
So moved.
Got your name? Okay. Second. Got seconds. Any discussion on Article 6? Yes, Mr. Robinson.
For awareness, the average amount paid to a select board member for a year's work is about $1,700. As a select board member, we attend around 30 meetings per year. Some years are higher than that, depending on what's happening in the town. Most of the meetings are at least 2 hours long, sometimes up to 4 hours long. Also remember to consider the time we dedicate to preparing for meetings, which can be lengthy, participating in project-related discussions on the various projects we have, speaking with town staff, and also engaging with the public as well. I feel that we're a fairly decent bang for your buck.
Any comments, questions, or further discussion on this article? All right, not seeing any, we'll vote on Article 6. Will the voters set the salaries that shall be paid to the members of the Select Board for 2026 to 2027 to be $1,000 plus $25 per meeting and $35 per meeting for the chair? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes carry it.
Thank you.
Article 6 passes.
Thank you.
Article 7, will the voters adopt the proposed 2027 fiscal year general fund operating budget and the amount of $1,407,887.11, with $1,215,907.11 to be raised by taxes through a tax rate set by the Select Board on the 2026 grand list? Anyone wish to move Article 7? You have a name? Michelle. Thank you. And a second. We've got seconds. Any discussion on Article 7? Mr. Albinson.
So this is a 13.74% increase over last year, and I will just talk about a few of the reasons why it's that change. So our major drivers this year for this change for the general fund, we have personnel costs have led to some of this. We have salary raises, very well deserved, for our planning and zoning administrator, A.Z. Larson, and also Frida Powers, our grant administrator, who have both done tremendous work in the past year. The salary increase also reflects hours increased for their positions. Both positions were 32 hours previously, and we've raised those to 40 hours with the demands of the position. We also have Amy Smith, who's our community resource specialist. She was partially funded by ARPA funding for the beginning of her position. That has now ended, and so the full amount becomes part of the general fund for her position. She is, even though she works with the district-based police department, she is a town employee and works for the entire town. And that is, her purview is the entire town under her position. We had health insurance actually decrease this year. Part of it was staff members of the town took advantage of health insurance subsidies through enrolling through their spouses or partners' health insurance plans. This actually helps the town greatly because of the high cost of health insurance. We had increases in FICA and MEDI, and also workers' compensation, and the VEMR's retirement goes up as well because of it's based on the employee salaries. Other large changes in this budget, and you can look at all this in the town report. Property and casualty insurance jumped quite a bit. We've also increased accountant fees, and this will prepare us for future audits. We had to do a single audit for a project, the Pine Street Water Project, and we predict that we will be doing more of those as we hit thresholds of the amounts of what projects cost, and that means a single audit, not just the normal yearly audit that the town does. We also have an increase in the Holley Hall Building Maintenance Fund. This is outside of the project that we're doing in terms of the renovation. This is for deferred maintenance and major repairs to the building, including water damage and window rot in the downstairs area of the building, as well as some septic and sewer line repairs that need to be done. The last part of this is, which is the largest increase, is our capital reserve fund for the capital building and maintenance fund. This is going to $120,000 this year. This is usually $30,000, and the reason for this increase is to use funding from this reserve fund for both the Holley Hall and the Lawrence Memorial Library capital projects. The Lawrence Memorial Library project is almost 100% funded through grants. We received a $541,000 grant for that project. All told, we might add another $50,000 to that to be able to pay for the full amount of the work being done. On the Holley Hall side, the money we applied for through the MERP grant, Municipal and Energy Resilience Program, we didn't receive the full amount, and so by making sure this fund is healthy, we're able to pay the remainder of that project through this fund. Part of the $120,000, the capital sidewalk fund, we took that down to $20,000 from $40,000. We have a fairly healthy fund and felt the ability to move $20,000 into the capital building just this year to be able to make sure that fund is healthy, we felt was appropriate. Also, too, outside of those two projects, the library and Holley Hall, we also have preparation for the future Public Works Department building, and so this fund allows us to have matching funds for any design and planning work for that particular project. Thank you.
Anyone else have any comments, questions, any discussion, anything else? All right, not seeing or hearing any, we will vote on Article 7. Will the voters adopt the proposed 2027 fiscal year general fund operating budget in the amount of $1,407,887.11 with $1,215,907.11 to be raised by taxes through a tax rate set by the Select Board on the 2026 grand list? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 7 passes. Article 8, will the voters adopt the proposed 2027 fiscal year Public Works Department operating budget in the amount of $1,404,341.06 with $1,289,341.06 to be raised by taxes through a tax rate set by the Select Board on the 2026 grand list? Do I have someone out there to move it? Give your name. One more time on your name. Thank you so much. And a second? Thank you very much. All right. Any discussion? Besides Mr. Albinson? Go ahead.
So this is an 8.77% increase for the Public Works budget. Main driving factors of this are personnel costs rising steadily, which includes overtime. Again, VEMR's and FICA MEDI, same as the general fund. We increased the contracted services lines to accommodate more tree work to be done. We have had various hazardous tree issues throughout the town where we've sort of deferred that maintenance over time, and generally in a year, 1 or 2 days are spent with a contractor to have that work done. This is working on improving that fund or including that line item to be able to improve the amount of work done. So we'd have a full week or perhaps more of work done throughout the town to accommodate the tree issues that we have.
3 years worth of work.
Right, 3 years worth of work in one go. We also have, again, winter materials, which always seem to increase. They are increasing: salt, winter sand, chloride, etc. And there's also a new debt service that you'll notice on this particular budget, which is the Hewitt Road, the Lathrop land that was purchased a couple years ago. So that just gets added to this particular budget because it directly impacts their new facility at some point.
Any questions or other discussion on this article? Okay, not seeing any, we will vote on Article 8. Will the voters adopt the proposed 2027 fiscal year Public Works Department operating budget in the amount of $1,404,341.06, with $1,289,341.06 to be raised by taxes through a tax rate set by the Select Board on the 2026 grand list? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Article 7 passes. Moving on to Article 8. Article 8 passes. Thank you. Yeah, getting late. Article 8 passes. Moving on to Article 9. Will the voters adopt the proposed 2027 fiscal year Arts, Parks, and Recreation Department budget in the amount of $381,317.72, with $237,517.72 to be raised by taxes through a tax rate set by the Select Board on the 2026 grand list? Would someone like to move this article? All right, Tom Pollock has moved. Do we have a second? We have seconds. Excellent. Any discussion on Article 9? Okay, not hearing any discussion. Let's go ahead and vote on Article 9. You all want me to reread it? Those in favor of Article 9 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 9's passed. Article 10, will the voters adopt the proposed 2027 fiscal year fire department budget in the amount of $505,073.40, with $505,073.40 to be raised by taxes through a tax rate set by the Select Board on the 2026 grand list? Anybody move Article 10? Thank you. You got that?
Thank you.
Second. Okay, we've got seconds. Article 10, any discussion, comments, questions, anything? Not hearing. I am going to assume you don't want me to reread it. All right, all those in favor of Article 10 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Article 10 passes. Article 11, will the voters approve an appropriation for the Lawrence Memorial Library annual operating budget in the amount of $265,275.44, the sum to be raised by taxes? Second? Any discussion? Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor of Article 11 for Lawrence Memorial Library, please say yay.
Yay.
You guys listen so well. Those opposed say nay. All right, Article 11 passes. The ayes have it. Well, the yays have it. You really do listen well. Article 12. Will the voters approve an appropriation for the Bristol Rescue Squad annual operating budget in the amount of $37,820, said sum to be raised by taxes? Will anyone move Article 12? Second? All right, any discussion? Not seeing any. Those in favor of appropriating funds for the Bristol Rescue Squad or raising funds by taxes, vote in favor of Article 12, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Article 12 passes. The ayes have it. Article 13. Will the voters appropriate the following sums to support the Bristol-based organizations listed below, with said amounts level funded or lowered from the prior year? Pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 2691, I'm going to read the following organizations. The Bristol Cemetery Association, Incorporated, $29,000. Bristol Corps, $10,000. Bristol Family Center, $4,000. Bristol 4th of July Committee, $8,500. Bristol Historical Society, $2,500. Bristol Little League Baseball and Softball, $2,000. Bristol Recreation Club, $15,000. Bristol Town Band, $1,200. Have a Heart Food Shelf, $6,000. NEAT, Northeast Addison Television, $3,500, for a total of $81,700. Will somebody please move Article 13? I'll let Sharon take her pick. Second? Thank you very much. Any discussion on Article 13? Okay, I could hear a pin drop or a stomach grumble. All right, those in favor of Article 13 say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 13 is passed. Article 14. Will the voters appropriate $2,000 to Addison County Restorative Justice Services? Anybody move Article 14? Peter Ryersbach, thank you. Do we have a second? We have a second. Article 14. Would anybody like to speak to, address, or discuss Article 14? Yes, we have someone in the back. Please step forward.
Hi, I'm Peter Ryersbach. I'm a new Bristol resident after living in Starksboro for 49 years. I've been asked by the director to address this. If anybody is interested, you can look on page 123. There's a list of what this agency does. It works with felons, it works with people who break the law and try to get them out of the court system completely, gives people a second chance. It's a wonderful program. I've been on the board for many years. I volunteer as a person on the many different panels, and if any of you would like, after we pass this, I hope, would like to be a volunteer, come and see me. We really need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard?
I'll just say this is on as a separate vote because it's now in their third year of this appropriation, and then next year will become part of the master list if the appropriation stays the same, just in case people were curious why it was separate.
Any other comments, questions, or discussion? Not seeing any, let's vote. On Article 14, will the voters appropriate $2,000 to Addison County Restorative Justice Services? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Article 14 passes. Article 15, will the voters appropriate the following sums in support of the organizations listed below, with said amounts level funded or lowered from the prior year, pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 2691. I'll read the organizations. Addison County Home Health and Hospice, $4,700. Addison County Parent-Child Center, $4,800. Addison County Readers Incorporated, $2,000. Addison County River Watch Collaborative, $300. Age Well, $2,700. Atria Collective, $3,500. Counseling Service of Addison County, $3,875. Elderly Services, $2,200. Homeward Bound, $1,000. Habitat for Humanity, Addison County, $1,500. Hope, $3,250. John Graham Shelter, $1,400. Open Door Clinic, $1,000. RSVP of Addison County, $750. Tri-Valley Transit, $11,306. Turning Point of Addison County, $3,000. And Vermont Adult Learning, $1,650, for a total of $48,931. Will somebody please move Article 15? Robin Hewitt has moved. Seconded? Okay, any discussion on Article 15? Would anybody like to be heard? Not seeing anyone, I will go ahead and move it for vote. Those in favor of Article 15, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Article 15 is passed. Article 16. Shall the voters of Bristol call upon the General Assembly to discuss, take testimony, and vote on House 433 during the 2026 session. House 433, an act relating to incremental implementation of Green Mountain Care, would establish publicly financed universal primary care, mental health services, and substance use treatment as a first step in phasing in universal health care for all Vermont residents. Will somebody here move Article 16? I need a name. I'm going to go with Mark Gibson back there. And seconded? We have moved and second. Is there discussion on Article 16? I'm not seeing any hands. Am I missing anybody who wishes to be heard on Article 16? Is that a hand in the back? Yes, thank you. Come on forward. You got to come to the microphone and state your name. We all want to hear what you have to say.
Mark Gibson.
Thank you.
I just want to it's a little vague in the thing. H433 is a bill that's been on the wall in the legislature for several years now. It's an incremental step for universal primary care. It's actually just a bill to research the funding of universal primary care, and all this motion is doing is trying to say to the legislature, could you take that bill off the wall and actually discuss it? And so it's many steps away from anything, right? But you have to start somewhere. Anyways, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anybody else like to be heard before we vote? Not hearing or seeing anyone else wanting the floor, we'll go ahead and vote on Article 16. Shall the voters of Bristol call upon the General Assembly to discuss, take testimony, and vote on House 433 during the 2026 session? House 433, an act relating to incremental implementation of Green Mountain Care, would establish publicly financed universal primary care, mental health services, and substance use treatment as a first step in phasing in universal health care for all Vermont residents. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Article 16 passes. All right, the moment you've all been waiting for, the last article. Article 17 is to transact any other non-binding business that may legally come before this meeting. This is your opportunity. You can make a motion, you can address concerns, things that you want those assembled to discuss or hear, things you want the select board to hear. This is your time, but any votes that we take on motions are non-binding. It does not bind the select board to do what we pass here. So is there anybody who would like to take the microphone and speak? Yes, in the back.
Nick Dooley. Hello again. I apologize for instigating conversation about this twice tonight. That wasn't my intention earlier. I was really just trying to ask a procedural question about how our democracy works from the select board, and we got into this too. But I am here to introduce the Apartheid-Free Communities Pledge. It is a pledge put forth by the American Friends Service Committee, which is a Quaker organization that does humanitarian work around the world. We petitioned for this. A bunch of Bristol voters and I spent many months knocking doors, meeting people in the park, talking to people online, at the store, email, and it's been honestly an incredible experience. We've heard some concerns that this might be a divisive issue to bring to town meeting, which I think is a valid concern considering that almost everything is divisive these days, it seems like. But I think our experience has kind of shown the opposite, and it's been a very heartening thing to see that in our town we can still have a potentially hard conversation amongst each other reasonably, civilly, and even when we disagree, that can be the case. So thank you all so much for engaging in this, both through the last few months and 2 times tonight. Bristol is a very special place. I'm going to read the pledge. We can read it a few times. I know it's a little long. Our moderator has a copy as well. Feel free to ask for it to be repeated at any point. Shall the voters of Bristol adopt the following pledge? We affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and all people, and we oppose all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression, and we declare ourselves an apartheid-free community, and to that end, we pledge to join others in working to end all support to Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. I'm going to say a few things about the language of the pledge as well. Again, feel free to ask me to repeat it if that's helpful.
So we have on the floor a motion that the voters of Bristol adopt the following pledge. And that pledge is, we affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and all people. We oppose all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, oppression, and we declare ourselves an apartheid-free community to that end. We pledge to join others in working to end all support to Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. Do I have a second for this motion? We have seconds. It's now up for discussion. The person who has made the motion is allowed to have the floor first and speak.
Thanks. I'm going to try to preempt a few questions that we've gotten quite a few times throughout the course of doing this. I'll try to keep it quick, but there is, it's a big issue. It's going to take a minute. Thank you for bearing with me. Why are we talking about an international issue at town meeting? There's a long precedent of people using town meeting in Vermont as a forum to do exactly that. South African apartheid, wars in Iraq, Vietnam, nuclear arms freeze, etc. We don't have a way to have a national conversation anymore. We very much still have a way to sit here right now and talk about things as a community, to express our shared values as a community, and I think it's incredibly important that we do that even when it feels like an issue that's much larger than our community. In this particular case, it's an issue that is incredibly tied to every one of us who pays taxes. Our tax dollars, federal tax dollars, are sent to Israel as military aid, tens of billions of dollars every year at this point from the federal government, and that amounts to tens of millions of dollars from Vermonters specifically, spent on things, illegal, inhumane acts, demolishing homes, ruining farmland, killing children abroad, while people in Vermont are houseless, jobless, and without health care. Last year, 2025, 5 Vermont state legislators, Democrats and Republicans, took an all-expenses-paid trip to Israel, paid for by the Israeli government. They met with Netanyahu and other Israeli officials, where, according to a legislator from another state you attended, they were asked to legislate in their state in specific ways that benefit Israel. Our legislators took a smiling photo with a Vermont flag that they planted on occupied land. Adopting the pledge in our town is a way to signal and directly tell our elected officials that we don't support Israel's illegal actions, and they should legislate for us, not for Israel. Why are we only talking about Palestine and Israel in this pledge? There are quite a few lines that I think most people feel are fundamental and already commonly shared values amongst everyone in town. This pledge in particular is primarily anti-apartheid, and it names Israel because Israel is the only country in the world that is currently named by the International Court of Justice as practicing apartheid. Apartheid is defined, there is an official UN definition, and there are many international and Israeli human rights organizations that ascribe the term to what is happening on the occupied land of Palestine. The definition, roughly, or in summary, the separation of people with systemic oppression and domination of one racial group by another. And does this even matter that we're talking about this today? Can it actually make any change? I think this kind of gets at how the Selectboard interpreted this pledge, which the pledge is not calling for BDS. The pledge is calling for us to work to end support to specific actions that Israel undertakes. BDS would be a great next step, I think. I'm much less concerned with SodaStream than I'm concerned with Caterpillar, where we spend, hundreds of thousands of dollars on heavy equipment. We don't own any cat equipment. Should be an easy one for us to not look at in the future, I think. All perfect next steps. The pledge does not call for that specifically. It was introduced, as I understood it, as the ballot article when we petitioned for it. It was introduced as an advisory message to the select board, which would also make it non-binding. The select board somehow sees that as binding. I'm not sure how to resolve that discrepancy. Regardless, there are tons of American corporations. I shouldn't say tons. There is a defined list of American and international corporations, but a lot of them are American, that profit from apartheid, from Israeli apartheid in particular. Passing a pledge like this, passing this pledge specifically, which is language that's been used in other towns, it's already been passed in 5 towns, it's being considered by about a dozen more this year, puts us in conversation with those towns and communities. It also allows us to enter a conversation with our town administration and our select board about how we spend money. So the first step toward potentially spending our money differently, but first we have to establish a shared value, which I'm hoping we can establish the shared value of being opposed to apartheid here. I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you all for taking the time to engage in this.
Anya Schwartz, Bristol. Hello, neighbors. I cherish this town and the way we care for each other. I want this for everyone, everywhere. I appreciate very much Nick's willingness to speak with me back in January, neighbor to neighbor, and to engage with me respectfully on my suggestions for changes to the pledge before us tonight. Like Nick, I want the ongoing Israeli military occupation in the West Bank and the soul-shattering violence in Gaza to end. Like many of us in this room, it is incredibly painful and frightening for me to see right here in the US the gap widen between our nation's pluralistic and democratic principles on the one hand, and on the other, our government's actions, both domestically and internationally. For me, as a Jewish person, deeply connected to my Jewish heritage and its moral principles, and with family in Israel, it is likewise horrifying to see the gap widen between Israel's pluralistic and democratic principles on the one hand, and on the other, the Israeli government's actions both domestically within the internationally recognized borders of the State of Israel and internationally in the illegally occupied territories of the West Bank and Gaza. Ultimately, though, I cannot support this pledge. Is it meant to send the message that a Jewish state with freedom of religion, as supported by the 1947 United Nations General Assembly Resolution 47, is in its very foundation racist? In its lack of distinction between the internationally recognized legal borders of the State of Israel and the occupied territories, is it meant to imply that Israel in its entirety is simply a project of settler colonialism? Please listen to the statement from Israel's Declaration of Independence. The State of Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will safeguard the holy places of all religions, and it will be faithful to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. The current problem is not with the State of Israel as some kind of static, timeless entity. The problem is that the current government of Israel is not living up to the peaceful, pluralistic promise of the nation when it was first founded in the wake of the Holocaust. Rather than supporting this pledge, I personally am pledging to support groups like Standing Together that promote a vision of peaceful coexistence and are actively working to uphold the democratic principles of the State of Israel as stated in Israel's Declaration of Independence. Thank you very much.
The lady here, and it looks like green from my vantage point.
My name is Lynn Dyke, and I want to respectfully and sincerely say I want nothing to do with this pledge. I don't think we need to do that, and I think it is very divisive. I think everyone here has a group of like-minded people, and I think in that group you can make your pledge. But when you want to say the town of Bristol, I am part of this town, and I don't want to do this. I don't think we have to do any of this. We need to treat each other well. We need to take care of what's happening right here in our town. And all of this, I can't see how it can bring any more pleasure to our life, any more love to our life, anything when we feel like we have to do stuff like this to say we are good people. I don't want any of this stuff that's going on right now. I don't want it. But I don't need to be fighting everybody. We should all know that we don't like this. But I don't think we need a pledge.
Mr. Ryan.
Terry Ryan, Bristol. This is all non-binding, right, at this point? Can you read the last sentence of that pledge?
The last sentence reads, "We pledge to join others in working to end all support to Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation."
Okay, I move we strike that line and go with the rest of the pledge. And I'm suggesting that as an amendment to the heartfelt and tremendous amount of work that's been put into creating this thing. But I agree with several people who have spoken now. As phrased, it's divisive, and it serves no purpose. If we take out the last line, we're saying some good things. Okay, that should make everybody feel better.
Do we have a second to this amendment? I see some hands. Okay. So we have a second, which means we'll now discuss the amendment. Specifically, the amendment strikes the last line of this pledge. The pledge would then read, "We affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and all people. We oppose all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression, and we declare ourselves an apartheid-free community to that end." Any discussion on the amendment only? Yes. Come on up to the microphone. Am I allowed to add an amendment to the amendment? You may be able to if it's germane to that particular amendment. So come on up and I'll let you know if it works.
Thank you. Thank you for this amendment suggestion. I've had some time here to think. And I do have a suggestion to an amendment. I'm sorry? Sorry. Is this better? My suggestion to this amendment would be this community affirms its commitment to universal human rights and opposes discrimination, repression, apartheid, and ethnic persecution wherever they occur without exception. We stand in solidarity with all civilians suffering under war, occupation, authoritarian rule, or systemic discrimination, regardless of nationality, religion, or ethnicity. Thank you.
First, stay at the microphone. Please repeat your name so that our record has that.
Mariah Zuriel.
All right, stay at the microphone for a second, would you? Do you have a printout of that I could have?
I can text it to you.
Okay, so what we have is a motion to strike the last sentence. And if I'm trying to phrase this correctly, and any parliamentarians can help me here, is you would amend the motion to strike And that amendment would be, since we're taking that out, it sounds like your amendment would be to add in its place the statement you just read. Is that correct?
I'm open to suggestions. My amendment would be to replace the whole.
The whole pledge or just the last stand?
The whole pledge, yes.
All right, that's not germane to what we're talking about right now because we can only talk about amendments to the amendment. So we're going to finish talking about amendments to the amendment, and then if you want to remove this as a new motion, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. So first we're going to deal with any more discussion on this motion to strike the last sentence of the pledge. Yes.
Patty Heatherly. I'm a Quaker. I brought in this statement so that I can not be so emotional, but be direct. To love thy neighbor, no exceptions. Now, to talk about the amendment, to let go of that last section, it has to do with the military occupation, the way problems are being solved, and my hands are bloody because I pay for the weapons that are being shipped to more than one place, specifically how Israel is using those weapons. And I know there are other problems in the world. And the other issue about Israel becoming a country, a state, we, after World War II, we made some mistakes in there. I keep on going back to, in the midst of World War II, that a boat was bringing Jewish people across the ocean, and we did not accept them into our country. That's painful. Everyone wants a home. And one group of people should not be forced out of their homes in order for me to have my home. So there's a problem there. Settler colonialism, that's someone taking people's homes away with bulldozers, waking them up in the middle of the night. There's other ways to solve problems with nonviolent means.
Thank you. Yes, come on forward.
I'm not at all sure where my words fit into this conversation.
Come on up to the microphone, and remember, we are just talking about the amendment to strike the last paragraph, and we're going to vote on that amendment.
I actually think what I have to say covers both categories at the same time.
And your name?
My name is Elisa Cobb. My roots are here in Bristol. I'm trembling right now. My knees are shaking. Feeling a little vulnerable up here, but determined at the same time. So thank you in advance for listening to me and for taking another moment on a late night. Apartheid means to hold people separate from each other. That's the definition of the word. It is a segregation in regards to race, faith, gender, and class. Segregation that often leads to violence toward those who we think of as different or lesser than us. We imagine it to be something that's happening elsewhere other than here at home, but it happens everywhere. At this moment, it is happening in Palestine, it's happening in Ukraine, and it's happening in the United States. Apartheid means to divide the people and therefore conquer the people's power. By design and careful planning of people in power, divide and conquer has been the common way to make us forget that the power of the people united is greater than the few people in power. Actually, our United States was built on an apartheid divide and conquer practice, including colonialist thefts of Eastern indigenous lands, manifest destiny to the West, the enslavement of Black people in the South, reservations, segregation, Jim Crow, our prison system, our history of withholding one's right to vote, redlining for voting, and more. Apartheid here. And now we see it happening blatantly in our growing concentration camps, the violent acts of ICE, our president's attempts to keep certain ones of us from voting, and the administration's attempt to make us believe that immigrants, especially brown and Black ones, are criminals by nature. There was an article to the editor, letter to the editor this week in the Addison Independent, written by a Jewish woman who supports the anti-apartheid communities. Her name is Margie Beckhoff. You may have read this article, and I want to read a brief excerpt from it to you now. She writes, "Imagine you live in Weybridge and rely on Middlebury for jobs, medical care, groceries, and social engagement. Imagine if the town of Middlebury decided that Weybridge is a community of people who are inferior to them. People who don't deserve the same rights. Now imagine the border of Weybridge and Middlebury flanked by barbed wire fences and checkpoints with armed guards allowing or denying access to Middlebury from those from Weybridge." And I would like to take that a step further with you all tonight. Can everybody hear me okay? I'd like to imagine that we're going to divide this room right down the middle. We're going to divide the remaining people in the middle from right to left, and we're going to divide the people on the stage the same way, from Ian that way, and so forth. You with me so far? All right. So, I want to talk to just the people on this side of the room right now. Imagine that from this moment on, this was what you were told. All of you people over here get to keep your land and buy more land. You can own guns. You can run businesses without big taxes. You can vote, and you can hold office. You will be given fully paid for health care. You will have access to education, clean water, and food. You will be able to travel freely anywhere. You can walk through your town without threat of violence, and you can borrow money from the banks at low interest rate. And now I would like to speak with this side of the room. From this moment on, you have none of that. It has all been ripped from you because of apartheid. And then if I come back to this side of the room and talk for just another minute, I could say, you know what, all you have to do is to give up your relationships to those people over there. And those people over there really only now just want what you want and always will want that. All you have to do to get all these great things and have a wonderful life is to believe that your beliefs are somehow superior and justified, and thereby you have a right to see and treat these people on the other side of the aisle as lesser than you. Perhaps even see them as lesser than human. I'd like us to pause for just a minute on that one. How's it feel to have been over here? And how's it feel to have been over here? That is apartheid. That sense of difference is created. And I imagine if I could talk to some of you over here, it's a little bit tempting to be offered all those things, because we all want them. And I imagine if I could talk for a few minutes to people over here, there would be a little bit horrifying as far as the response. I'm hoping, beyond hope, that you are not in favor of that kind of scenario being real, but that you are, in fact, in your hearts, in favor of an apartheid-free community. I think it's worth the gamble that was mentioned earlier. I saw and heard at the Selectboard meeting when this was proposed, a tiny molecule of apartheid attitude come forth in that meeting. You can hear it on the recording, if there is one, which I think there might be. One member of our select board, in denying his support for this proposal, said, and I'm not quoting directly because I only have it in my heart and mind and not in the actual audio tape. This select board member suggested that they thought that the majority of you, the Bristol voters, were not educated or intelligent enough to understand what they would be voting for. And I don't believe that's true. Apartheid-free means that we condemn and refuse to participate in segregation and its violence, and that we will not financially or otherwise support countries that participate in such violence and companies associated with and supportive of apartheid beliefs and acts. It means standing up to declare ourselves as an apartheid-free community, and to that end, that we affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality, not only for the Palestine people, but for the Vermonters, for all of the United States and all of the people.
2-minute warning.
It means we oppose all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression and land theft, and I'm almost done. It means that we hold each other accountable and we support our select board to comprehensively assess and divest from any links to companies and institutions that support apartheid acts. We are declaring no, not here, not in our town. Most importantly, though, I am up here talking about this because this is important to me. I am doing this for myself, for my own freedom in the United States, a freedom that is teetering on the brink of fascism. I am here tonight for a chance to protect that same freedom for my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren. I am here for the freedom of each of you and your families, because the removal of these freedoms are in the hearts and minds of the people in power at this very moment. I am here to support a pledge to stop our false sense of separation. I am here for what we stand to lose if we do not begin to see ourselves as part of the rest of the world rather than separate and secluded from it. You are my people. You are my people. We cannot afford to continue to consider ourselves separate from the world around us. We need to build the cultural backbone needed to make our town a model of anti-apartheid principles. And I'm asking you, please join me in voting yes to this proposal from the floor tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. You all heard me say 2 minutes. Robert's rules gives a speaker 10 minutes to speak. I hadn't mentioned that rule before. I think we should vote now on the amendment to the article. I see a hand up in the back, 2 hands. Is there discussion specifically on the amendment still? Yes. All right, come up if it's specifically on the amendment. I don't want to wander back to the discussion of the general article.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. On the amendment to remove the portion naming Israel specifically, the pledge is intentionally specific. It is general, and it also names, again, the one country that is recognized by the International Court of Justice for committing apartheid. That specificity and including the language of the pledge is the thing that puts us in conversation with everyone else who has adopted the pledge and hopefully allows us to take next steps after this.
Any other discussion specifically on the amendment? We're going to vote on the amendment now. So, I'm sorry, go ahead. Run.
So I'm against the amendment, but for the initial pledge. This is one of the easiest things to do. It doesn't take courage to do it, to say, hey, this is wrong, what you're doing is wrong, and I'm against that. It's okay to say apartheid is bad. It is bad. And we should use what little power we have to say, hey, that bad thing is bad. Don't do that bad thing. And it's easy. It doesn't take courage. It just takes saying yes to this pledge. Thank you. Oh, Josh Trudeau on Hardscrabble Road.
Thank you for remembering that. Yes, Ms. Teets? Yes, you may speak, Ms. Teets.
I'm very excited that everyone is learning more about this conflict. I also want to make sure that everyone understands that the language that we're using is Israel, a country, but everybody knows that the population in Israel is really divided about this issue. So most of my colleagues at the University of Tel Aviv have been protesting every Saturday since the Netanyahu government took power. First, they tried to get rid of the power of the Supreme Court, and then they've been protesting the military actions. What this pledge says is that we're making no distinction between the people who are protesting against Netanyahu versus the people who support him. These are 2 very, very different groups of people who are opposed. The other thing is that the part of the pledge that requires us to divest, Tel Aviv is the high-tech capital of Israel where a lot of the software products come from. These are the people who are fighting against Netanyahu's government. So as the Selectboard, do we need to then distinguish between companies that support Netanyahu in military invasion and those that are fighting against him? The reason that I bring this up is that this is a really complicated issue inside of Israel itself, and we should just be really clear in the terminology we're using. Who exactly are we condemning, and what exactly are we condemning? We should be careful with the language. I don't think that we should collapse everybody inside of one country together, right? I just don't think that that's appropriate. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to be recognized again?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I've been ignoring the balcony. I'll start at the balcony. And again, only on the amendment. And then
only
we will
on the
discuss
amendment
the
and
article.
only on the conversation that's been happening about the amendment. I think I got you, Jen. Alyssa Beauchamp, Bristol resident. I have 3 points that I will do my best to not use the full 10 minutes to make. The first is that in the example given by the select board member, we've never met. Hi, it's really wonderful to meet you this evening. I would actually push back and say that if someone else in another country was in a small town was making a pledge to say that they don't support an institution like ICE or they don't support the American government because of their weaponization and violence against immigrants in this country through the institution of ICE, I fully understand that they are not talking about me as the person who is protesting ICE. They've never met me, and I know exactly who it is that they're talking about. So I just want to kind of like push back on that being a reason why we should not adopt this, because I think most people would understand that is what the statement is trying to get across, and it's not that they don't think that I don't have my own opinion, that they think that I'm wrapped up and a vessel of the American government, right? I fully understand that those two things can be separate. Another thing that I wanted to say was that scrapping the last line of what's being proposed takes away, like Nick said, the kind of the whole point. And I think we are running into a kind of narrative that I don't know if other folks know of this example from when this country had a real reckoning around racial justice in 2020, but that when you see a house on fire, you do not say, and someone comes to you and asks you for help and asks you to please say something, to please support me. Can you see that the people inside of my house are dying? An unhelpful response is to say, look at these 3 other houses that might catch on fire. That is a wholly unhelpful response, and to not take a stance is, to me, as a Bristol resident, essentially using that logic when we are bringing something to the table that is literally happening. And so to take out that last line is to, just not acknowledge that the house is on fire and that we as a community do have an obligation to sorry, it's been a long day and I have a toddler, to really espouse our values through this. So yeah, one house being on fire does not mean we should just be looking at all the other houses and saying, well, what if they're on fire? And that's what I feel is happening. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments or discussions on the amendment? I've got a lot of hands. Speaker close to the mic is going to get at this, then Ms. Bear, and then over there. So go ahead. Again, we're talking about the amendment. And start with your name.
I'm in favor of keeping...
Can you start with your name, please?
Yes, Linda Brown.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of keeping this motion as it is and not amending it. The apartheid movement started with the Quakers, with the American Friends Service Committee. The American Friends Service Committee was asked by the UN in 1948 to go in and be advocates for the Palestinian people. At that time, it was called the Palestinian problem. They have been very outspoken. They have been there through many years. We've heard that it's the Netanyahu government that is responsible for this. But actually, apartheid has existed since 1948. It's been called that by the International Court of Justice. And I don't think that we should, to amend it or to drop that, the last part of it would be to negate the whole purpose of the amendment.
Thank you. I said Ms. Blair would be next. I believe that's who I see. Nope, you, ma'am. I just can't see very well from up here, so if I've got the wrong name, I got the wrong name. But please come up and state your full name before you speak.
Betsy Blair. The Select Board clearly is worried about their liability, whatever would come down on them if they did not carry out stuff that they don't have the time to research. And so I would suggest adding to, the amendment or replacing the amendment or something with the establishment of a town committee of volunteers who are willing to do the research, just like the ARPA committee, which I was on, and we did work for 2 years to gather the information from the town, but there are people here who have a real passion for doing research on this particular issue and finding out which companies that if the select board could just act on the specific research that volunteers do, that might make it easier.
Were you offering an amendment?
Well, I don't know that I am equipped to do the language on that amendment, but I bet you there's a bunch of people here who could.
If you want to offer the amendment, I can assist you with the language, but otherwise you can be seated and someone else might propose an amendment. Okay. Over on this side, that gentleman there. And remember to state your name first before speaking.
Sure. John O'Chapin. From listening to the discussion, it occurs to me that what we're really hearing is that it's the government, and that should be a word change, adding the word government to the state of Israel. It's not the Israeli people as a whole, it's specifically the government. So that analogy with ICE, I think earlier, was helpful. It's the government that is really the concern here. And this is a non-binding article, so I think that can just compel us to say that we're going to make a statement from the town of Bristol that maybe everyone can be in agreement that apartheid is bad, which was mentioned earlier by another gentleman. So we have the non-binding article, the select board, an advisory committee can see what they may or may not be able to do, but it's a first step. It allows us to move in the right direction, and by adding the word government, it specifies that we have a concern about the government and not the people, the Jewish people of Israel. Thank you.
Mr. Chapin, please stay there at the microphone. Are you making a motion to amend the amendment?
Just to add the word that the government, however it's best put
Let me
in
help
maybe
you with that.
in that.
So
Thank you.
you don't have this in front of you, but we need to figure out where in the sentence to insert the word government. I'll read the sentence. We pledge to join others in working to end all support to Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. Where would you insert government?
Could you read it one more time, please?
We pledge to join others in working to end all support to Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism.
The government of Israel's apartheid regime. The government of Israel, maybe. That seems the best I can think of for the moment.
So we have a motion on the floor to amend an amendment to strike. I'm just going to be game and try and see if we can make this work. We're going to vote on the second. I'm going to ask for a second, but not until I read it. So we now have a proposal, a motion to amend an amendment. The motion to, I don't know if we can do it, but I'm going to try. The motion to strike is now amended to be, we pledge to join others in working to end all support to the government of Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. I'm not quite sure whether this is going to work as a secondary amendment, because if we do vote to approve this, the next vote's going to be on striking the entire thing, which may still work. Let's give it a try. So let's try this. Do we have a second for that amendment? We have a second. We now have discussion simply on inserting the word government of Israel's, so government before Israel, in that sentence. Would anybody like to discuss that? Okay. Oh. So we have.
You had a hand over here first.
Did you want to speak on it? Since I'm instructed that hand was up first, I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge that. Thank you very much for yielding. Go ahead and take the microphone and state your name before you speak.
Me again. Hi, Mariah Zuriel. To the amendment, and I did hear Thank you. I did hear ICJ come up a few times. I want to clarify
Point of order.
that the
Yes. What's your point of order? That interrupts any speech, and we have to deal and take up with the point of order. What is the point of order?
To be fair here, I'm going to put my umpire's cap on. Mr. Sharp had not spoken yet on this article. And so his amendment, his call to question she'd already spoken once, correct?
I did speak once to the prior amendment.
She did speak prior. She didn't speak on the amendment to the amendment.
It's fine. Either way, it's fine.
David, I'm just saying, David had spoke up and you said you didn't.
Either way, it's fine.
He hasn't gone yet. So.
Fair. I'm going to issue a ruling on the point of order. Thank you very much for raising that. Since the speaker is speaking to a secondary amendment and previously spoke on the original amendment, I will allow her comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Just to the comments on the ICJ, the International Court of Justice did not officially have a ruling declaring Israel as an apartheid state. They had an advisory comment about this, which since 2004 has been debated a lot between many legal scholars. So I would just like to bring everyone's attention to the fact that referring to Israel or the Israeli government as an apartheid government has not been officially declared by any international law. So we do need to keep that under consideration. My next point, which I wanted to make with regards to the government of Israel versus Israel as a whole, and to Jess's comments about what she's seen in her colleagues in Tel Aviv and the huge divisiveness that's been in Israel in the past many, many years. I usually don't share this very much in these type of discussions because the minute people hear I was born in Jerusalem, they kind of stop listening. And I've had this experience many times before. My lived experience growing up in Jerusalem through the Gulf War, through the Second Intifada, through many, many wars and conflicts where I slept in bomb shelters, my babies slept in bomb shelters. I've had bombs exploded around me. I've had suicidal bombers exploding around me in Jerusalem. Simply referring to the conflict in Israel and Palestine as an apartheid regime is simplifying it to the extent that I don't think that anyone who hasn't lived there can truly fully understand. It's a very, very complicated conflict. In my experience, growing up in Israel, Israeli citizens, Jewish citizens, Arab citizens, Muslim, Christian, Druze of any type have full rights and freedoms under the law. They serve in the Israeli parliament. Yes, Arab Muslims and Arab Christians and Druze. They are, and here's where the numbers, I can't really remember them a lot, but about 20% are within the medical field, doctors, 50% almost are dentists. My own dentist was an Arab from Jerusalem. Excuse me? May I finish my thought?
You may not, I'm sorry. You have not been recognized by the moderator, so you cannot call the vote at this time. The speaker may complete.
Thank you. I'll be quick, sir, I promise. I personally went to university with Muslim students, slept with them in their dorms. Their mom would bring us food in the weekend. The reference of Israel as being an apartheid state is simply not true. The horrible conflict that is happening within the West Bank and Gaza is probably uniquely the worst conflict that this world has ever seen. But the amount of hate that I've seen from people in this community toward this community, comments my children has received, comments that I've received, comments I've had walking down the street in New York speaking Hebrew, Everyone here needs to understand that these words have serious impacts towards other people. You cannot use it lightly. And if you can't prove 100% that the Israeli government or that the Israeli people are an apartheid state, you cannot move to vote on this motion. You don't have the right to. You don't have the lived experience to understand what really happens there and how difficult it is. My family, for the past weekend, my 80-year-old mom has been sleeping in a bomb shelter. Which one of you in this community who know me, who know my husband, and knows my kids have called or texted to check how my family is doing? None of you. Oh, because it's Israel, they're the colonialists. So to the question of apartheid and colonialism, these are phrases that have been so much debated between so many scholars, legal scholars, other scholars, anyone in the field. For this community to make that decision on their own,
I'm going to just ask that we do civil, and that means not accusing people, and then I respect very deeply what you've just shared, but using words and saying that you and you're not doing something. So keep it to the issues. But
you're right. I apologize.
It's fine.
I apologize. This is coming out of a lot of feeling. I did not mean to accuse any one of you. Okay? I would just ask that everyone is very careful with the words that they're using, and that if this community is declaring either the government of Israel or Israel itself as an apartheid state, that it should be founded in full legal actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand. Anybody wish to be called or to call this question? All right, not seeing any other further discussion, we are now voting on the amendment to the amendment. After we vote on that, there'll be discussion and we vote on the amendment. Then we can vote on the article. So just to remind you where we are in this discussion, what we're voting on right now is the apartheid pledge to read as follows from the beginning. We affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and all people. We oppose all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression, and we declare ourselves an apartheid-free community. And to that end, we pledge to join others in working to end all support to the government of Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. Specifically, we are voting on whether to add the words in the last sentence, to end all support to the government of Israel's apartheid regime. All in favor of adding that amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
That's great. I appreciate you saying that. So, what we are amending is the last sentence. And the last sentence reads, we pledge to join others in working to end all support. It previously read, let me start with that. We pledge to join others in working to end all support to Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. We are voting on whether or not to insert the words. We pledge to join others in working to end all support to the government of Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. Did that help? Those in favor of inserting the words to the government of Israel, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I'm leaning towards the nay. All right, I hear a division of the House. So, all those in favor of inserting the words to the government of Israel's, please stand to be counted. Those in favor and said aye.
This side.
Just that one. What did you do?
13. Right over here, 13.
Whatever we were voting for, we would count. Yes.
All right, please be seated. Those who vote and oppose, those who oppose inserting the words the government of Israel in that sentence, we pledge to join others in working to end all support to the government of Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. Those opposed, please stand and be counted. Do not, correct. Thank you for the clarifications. To not insert the words of the government of Israel. You may be seated. The ayes have it, 38 to 22. So we have a vote on the secondary amendment, but that does leave us back to the original amendment, which is to strike that entire sentence, including what you just voted to amend. Any discussion on that, or shall we vote on that? Vote it is. So now you are voting on this, just this one amendment that would strike the language that we just inserted. So we're going to be striking from this pledge the language of "we pledge to join others in working to end all support to the government of Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation." All those who want to remove that entire sentence from this pledge, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed from removing this entire sentence from the pledge, please say nay. Well, I'm leaning towards the ayes. Would anyone like a division of the House? Yep, all right, so standing vote. Those in favor of striking the entire last sentence of the pledge, please stand and be counted.
Did you count up there? Did you count the balcony? Yeah. Okay. There's 4 in the balcony. I had 14 here and 4 in the balcony. Huh? Yes. Remove that whole line. Yes, remove that whole line.
Please be seated. All right, those who are in favor of keeping the last sentence as it was just amended in the pledge. So keeping, "we pledge to join others in working to end all support to the government of Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation," please rise and be counted.
Lisa, you're on that side, correct? Lisa, you're on that side, right? Thank you. I have 11 on here. 11 right here.
That's right. You said 11 and 24.
You counted the ones upstairs. You guys did or something?
You may be seated. The nays have it, 35 to 28, thus the pledge keeps the last sentence as amended. Are we ready yet to vote on the entire pledge, or is there further discussion?
Vote.
All right, I have a call the question that's been, and I've acknowledged the call the question. I did just acknowledge the person who called the question, so I'd say no more discussion whatsoever. Unless the person who said call the question wishes to withdraw and hear Mr. Bray's comment. No. So no more discussion. We're going to vote. Who called the question? Could I have a name, please? Terry Ryan called the question. So the question before the people is, let me get the right language.
The original.
Yep, no, but I got to get the first preamble. There it is. Shall the voters of Bristol adopt the following pledge? Point of order, yes, please. So the question, I'll repeat it out loud for everybody so they can hear. Point of order is asking whether or not there can be a vote by those assembled to allow one more speaker rather than to call the question and hold the vote. So,
The question's been called.
yeah, the question has been called, which means no. Honestly, I do agree. The parliamentary procedure is once I've identified someone, now I've got it. Here we go. So the question has been called. I call a foul on myself. I failed to request a second to the motion. Was there a second to the call? It's seconded. But I also call a foul on myself because I forgot to hold a vote. So there must be 2/3 majority in order to call the question. If there's not a 2/3 majority, the discussion continues. So those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed to calling the question, please say nay. Nay. I'm leaning towards folks opposing calling the question. Is anyone calling for a division of the House? I know. But I can't tell whether that was 2/3 majority. So I feel like nays might have been 2/3. I can't tell. But you do make a valid point. Was it a 50-50? That's not 2/3. It wasn't completely obvious. You're going to have to count. Yeah, but nobody's called division of the House. Nobody's called division of the House. Nope. You didn't have to, because I was about to say it wasn't 2/3. You convinced me. Yield. Fine. Mr. Bray, come on up.
I appreciate the chance to participate in this conversation, even though it's gone on for a long time. We went so fast from going very slowly, all of a sudden it was a vote. So I'm sorry I didn't stand quickly enough. The reason we've been talking about this for quite a long time, and I'm very appreciative of Nick for bringing the petition and precipitating a conversation in the town. I also appreciate how many people have come up and shared very sincere and heartfelt remarks. And I think, to say something we've heard many times over the course of the evening. Part of the beauty of living in Bristol is that people are thoughtful and talking to one another. And I think that is a reflection of us as individuals, not as labeling the town of Bristol through an official vote. There are, 100 of us here, and there's 3,800 people in town. So if you were to vote this affirmatively, you're saying each one person saying yes is actually saying that 37 other people who are not here are now going to be officially labeled as supporting the amendment. This was an unwarned question, right? So I feel like we're a small group and we're about to speak for the entire town. Most of the people don't know the question, and they haven't had a chance to participate because they're just not here. So I'm thinking in the end, the most respectful thing for us to do is to, in our own hearts and minds, follow whatever path we think is best for ourselves, but not make this an official position of the town. And, I'm not saying in any way that I'm supportive of what is happening. There's terrible things happening. That terrible history goes back 3,000 years. It is a painful, long story. And I wish a safe and healthy life for everyone, of course. I'm very uncomfortable, though, that we could vote and go ahead and say, for every citizen of the town, this is how you are officially positioned on this issue. I think people should consult their hearts and minds, take whatever actions they believe are appropriate, personally and individually, and not necessarily ask it to be an official town position. I know so many of you are already working on this, and I think that is the most helpful thing of all. The last thing I would just say is we are, I think, getting a little tripped up by applying labels to people, and I've never seen in my life labeling help advance mutual understanding. It always makes someone into another. Someone, oh, they support that, I don't. And we start to push people apart. So the last thing I would say is an open heart lets everybody in and includes. And I don't think labeling and excluding is going to advance this issue for any of us, no matter where we are on it. So I would respectfully ask to not move this as a town position and let individuals follow their own hearts and minds on this. So thank you.
The moderator recognizes Mr. Faust next.
Hello. I just wanted to give you some perspective from my position, who manages the town's finances, day-to-day operations, projects, infrastructure building. I respect everybody's opinion here, and what I'm about to say is not try to sway any of you. Rather, it is my job to give you informed consent. And I'm just going to read you some legal tidbits, and if it changes your mind, great. If not, great. But I feel compelled to let you know. The anti-boycott provisions we see in our federal contracts and grants likely trace back to the Export Administration Act and regulated regulations, which have long prohibited U.S. persons from participating in and supporting boycotts fostered by foreign countries against countries friendly to the U.S. 38 states have also passed their own anti-BDS laws, most taking the form of either contract-focused laws requiring government contractors to certify they aren't boycotting Israel, or investment-focused laws directing public funds away from boycotting entities. Vermont does not currently have such a state law, though a bill H310 has been introduced that would prohibit Vermont from entering into contracts with companies unless they certify in writing that they are not engaged in a boycott of Israel. At a federal level, proposed legislation like the Countering Hate Against Israel by Federal Contractors Act would, if enacted, prohibit federal agencies from entering into contracts over $100,000 with companies or entities that don't certify they aren't boycotting Israel, and would require contract termination if a boycott is found. The House also recently passed a defense spending provision that would bar companies engaged in politically motivated boycotts of Israel from Pentagon and other federal contracts. More than half of, we can leave that. Why non-binding doesn't necessarily mean risk-free. There are several layers of concern here. First, the anti-boycott provisions in your existing contracts typically define prohibited conduct broadly. The key definitions usually cover actions taken in compliance with or adherence to calls for a boycott of Israel. A non-binding town resolution calling for boycott, divestment, or sanctions could be interpreted as exactly that. A call for a boycott that the town, as a contracting entity, is then seen as adhering to or promoting. Even if the resolution doesn't compel any specific action, it creates a paper trail showing institutional intent. Second, the federal government's enforcement posture has become more aggressive under the current administration. President Trump restored an executive order targeting the boycott movement after his re-election in January 2025, and the broader trend has been towards expanding, not narrowing, the scope of what counts as boycott activity. Third, and perhaps most practically relevant, federal agencies have discretion in how they interpret contract compliance. Even if a non-binding resolution wouldn't technically trigger a contract clause, it could invite scrutiny, audits, or challenge to future grant applications. The political signal alone could complicate our relationship, your relationship with the federal program officers. The Vermont context matters too. In March 2025, voters in 5 Vermont towns, Brattleboro, Winooski, Newfane, Plainfield, and Thetford passed non-binding resolutions declaring themselves apartheid-free communities and pledging to cut economic ties with Israel, making Vermont the first state where municipalities voted on such measures. We haven't yet seen any federal enforcement actions against those towns' existing contracts, but it's still relatively early, and those towns may have different federal contracts than we do here in Bristol. And I just wanted you to hear the federal language on that. So you had informed consent on what you're voting on.
Whose words are those? Where did that come from?
I've scraped them off the internet. I've been following this since you came and talked to us because it's a major concern.
You just read a bunch of somebody else's words. I'm just wondering if you can cite where it came from.
I can send them to you after the meeting. How about that?
Well, it's relevant now. We're discussing it now.
I mean, my federal contracts state this. I've worked for the last 10 years on federal grants and contracts. This is not something that is new to me or anyone who operates with federal contracts.
Okay. I feel like you're misunderstanding my question maybe, and I don't mean it to be confrontational. You're reading somebody else's words, and I can't tell. Were you reading from the contracts, or are you reading from like our...
I mean, this isn't in my contract. I didn't bring my contracts here, but I have literally, in preparation for this, because I felt it was necessary to inform the general public about what the implications of this could be. And it is a general major concern for me as someone who manages all our federal contracts. And
Where's it from? I mean, you're giving us...
I cited...
Is it a website?
Yes.
Can you give them the website?
Okay.
Just give us a moment. Mr. Faust is looking up the website. Meanwhile, I believe there are some other questions. Mr. Pollock, come on up to the microphone, please.
Can I speak out loud?
Can everybody hear him?
No.
No, you must come up. One no means you come up.
My question for the moderator is, are we on?
Yes. Get closer.
Okay. My question for the moderator is, can we just take all of this and vote on it tomorrow? No.
So there's a motion on the floor to hold over.
You're talking about vote on it at like a paper ballot.
Yes, tomorrow, an Australian ballot.
It needs to be warned to the population in order to do that. It has not been warned.
Would you like my cited information now? Okay. The Anti-Boycott Act of 2018, which is the current primary statute. The Office of Anti-Boycott Compliance within the Bureau of Industry and Security, BIS, of the Department of Commerce. The Ripkoff Amendment to the Tax Reform Act of 1976. The Export Administration Act of 1979, Section 8, Historical Foundation. Defense Federal Acquisition Regulation Supplement, DFARS. Executive Orders. Executive Order 13899, December 11, 2019, combating anti-Semitism. This order directed federal agencies to consider IHRA definition of anti-Semitism when enforcing Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Executive Order 14188, January 29, 2025, additional measures to combat anti-Semitism. This order reaffirms Executive Order 13899 and directs additional measures requiring every federal agency head to submit a report identifying all civil and criminal authorities that might be used to curb or combat anti-Semitism. It codifies a more aggressive federal enforcement posture and directs the marshaling of available legal tools. I mean,
Those are Trump's executive orders.
he is the President of the United States, and we have...
I'm going to recognize the gentleman in the far back corner there. Come on up. All right, we have a motion to table. We have a second to the motion to table. So, it essentially could defeat the motion. A motion to table means that we're going to put this aside for this year's meeting. It could be taken up again at next year's meeting, but that's effectively what a motion to table is. We've both had a motion and a second. Your name, sir, who made the motion? Thank you very much. So we're going to have a vote because a proper motion and second is on the floor. So we have a motion to table this motion on the adopting of the apartheid-free pledge. Is there any discussion on the motion to table? Yes, please come up. And given the time, if we can all keep our comments short, I think we'd all appreciate it.
We're close on this. Let's just take a vote on it if it's going to be, let's try to kill it. Instead of trying to kill it and be dishonest, let's just go straight forward and have an up-down vote on it. I mean, we got a lot of heat in the room. There's a lot of different tactics to not make the hard choice, to not do the right thing. You know, we're talking about apartheid here, but what if we were talking about slavery? There was a time in this country where it was totally legal, and then you have the Fugitive Slave Act where it's like, hey, I made it to a free state. Well, because I'm somebody else's property in another state, eventually another country, depending on who you talk to at that point, but you could be dragged back. But again, like just because it's the law or legal doesn't mean it's a good and just law. Like it's kind of foolish and simple-minded to just follow a law blindly. Like you should be questioning a law. You should look at the value of the law too and look at how it improves society and it's safe, but you should always be questioning the laws, just not following them blindly. But let's just have a straight up down vote if we could, please. Josh Trudeau, hardscrabble.
All right, thank you. Over here, any comment on the motion to table?
John O'Chapin, I appreciate Chris Bray's sentiments. However, if we just decided to say, well, we're not gonna, we're making this vote with all of Bristol's 4,000 roughly residents, that's kind of negating what our vote counts for. We're here. We're deciding this issue. Everyone else has a chance to be here, just like people that say, oh, I want to complain about all this stuff with a town vote or a federal vote, but they don't show up to vote. So that's my response there. And then furthermore, I think we have gotten this far, and when you really consider what's at stake, you just have to make a decision. There was another point that I really wanted to bring up. Gosh, let me see if I can remember it. It's essentially that we're at this stage now, and I think the comparison about the slavery side of it, and it means something. We can't table it. It's not going to mean anything potentially from a year from now. So we really just have to decide on this, and I think it's important that we got this far.
Thank you. Yes, standing here in the aisle.
Thank you, Elisa Cobb. I'd just like to remind us all that the only reason we're still here talking about this tonight is because our original intention was that this would be on our ballot tomorrow, and we were refused that by the select board. So that's why we're here, and I think that we deserve an answer to why it's not on the ballot tomorrow, and I think we deserve to vote on it tonight.
Lisa, we need to correct you. It wasn't never going to be on the ballot. It was going to be on the warning. It wasn't going to be put to a vote to the town. It was never going to be on the ballot. It was only going to be allowed to be on the warrant to be discussed, just like the other one was. It wasn't going to be on a ballot to vote on Australia ballot. Well, there's a difference.
From the very far back, I don't believe you've spoken yet.
Hi. I'm going to keep it short. I moved
We need
here.
your name first.
My name is Ori. It's Uriel. I moved here 10 years ago, and I've spent lots of time to work with the community and try to get something about what it means to be an American citizen, newly, not so newly, but American citizen, a resident of Bristol, trying to get to know the community. 10 years in, I don't think that if I even speak to one of your kindergartners, they'll think that I'm actually know what it means to be in Bristol and or an American citizen. But I would really want to know where you got the nerve to really think that you know everything about the world just because you can tell me how you know everything about the world just because you read it somewhere. It's really hard to see that there is only one place in the world that somehow chases everybody even to little Bristol, Vermont. If I've learned something about myself is no matter where my grandparents came from, and they're all, in a way, maybe even Arabs, Jewish, but Arabs. But they were never belong anywhere, and it's really weird to see that even in Bristol, Vermont, I'm getting constant reminders of there is no safe place for Jews, fortunately. I know it's just not for Zionists, and if you studied history, you probably know that it was never about the Jews. It was only the Ostjuden. But put that aside, I'm really happy to know that you know so much more about me and my people and an area that you've probably never been there or maybe been there just a little bit. And I've heard stories of what you think you've heard of the situation. But once again, Bristol, Vermont, drugs on the streets, people are dying, people are sick. The rescue squad trying to maybe find $100,000 just so we can get a loan for a new ambulance. We're trying to get more equipment for the ambulance service. We have issues with the schools. But for I don't know how long, you've been talking about an area that got nothing to do with your life tomorrow, today, next day, besides just feeling better that you've just did some virtue signaling a little bit. I can speak for probably more, but it's not going to... What?
What?
I have never accused anyone.
I'm going to take over at this point. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I thank you for the point of order. Thank you for your speech as well. I do acknowledge I was also thinking of interrupting to say that use of language, it's really important to speak. You could say the citizens of Bristol, just as a way of educating. You could, instead of using the words, or a person, you, directed at a community, better to say the citizens of the community, or something that's more neutral. That is fine. Thank you very much. Yes. And again, we're talking about the motion to table.
Hello, this is my first town meeting and I'm still learning and, oh, sorry, thank you, Molly Tatlock. First town meeting and I'm still learning and I've got a lot of learning to do. I think that we should vote on this. We've spent over an hour probably talking about this. We're all tired. We could all probably use our beds right now. We've spent so much time, and ultimately the vote is where our voices are going to come through. So I think with all the time we've spent, we should go ahead and do it. And just a quick response to what Mr. Bray said, I think that though there are so many people we might be speaking for, we are the population that showed up here tonight, and also those people could be saying no, and they could also be saying yes. So we don't know. So the people that are here right now, we've talked about it, we've heard each other, and I think we should vote. So I would call to vote.
All right. So what we have on the table is a motion to table. We're going to vote on the motion to table before we possibly return to the main motion. So those in favor of tabling this motion to adopt the apartheid-free pledge, which would effectively result in no vote on it tonight and no further discussion at this meeting, say aye, and being in favor of tabling.
Aye.
Those who are opposed to tabling the motion, in other words, moving forward and having a vote tonight on this apartheid-free pledge, please say nay. Nay. I believe the nays have it.
They yelled louder.
I am going to rule that the nays have it unless I hear someone ask for a division of the House. The nays have it. So we're going to move to a vote. Does anyone want any further discussion before we vote on the apartheid-free pledge? Yes, Mr. Bray.
I just want to reiterate the who's here and who's not here. People do show up based on reading the warning. They make a choice. They see an issue coming up. They feel like they want to be part of that. So when something is unwarned, we don't know how people would vote, but it's a little bit, I think, disrespectful to then say you have taken a position on their part, because we're down less than we're whatever, 80 people of 4,000. So we're speaking for a lot of people if we go ahead. And again, I'll just go back to the place, to me, the most respectful thing is to let individuals take their own position and follow up that way, as opposed to say, we will, by virtue of our vote, speak for the entire town.
Yes, the woman over here.
Hi, I'm Shannon Riley. I went to Mount Abe, moved away for a while. This is my first town meeting back. I think we've discussed a few times at this point. We all understand that we're voting for ourselves, and anyone who sees that will understand that not everyone in Bristol would agree. Not even everyone in this room would agree. Yeah, I just want this to be done. I had another point and it's gone, so I will sit down.
Thank you. Mr. Chapin, no, you've already spoke, but I thought I saw another hand, yes, here. And yes. Yes, Patty, you may. I think you have spoken too, but Mr. Chapin, I'll return to you.
My name is Patty Heatherly. In Front Porch Forum this past week, or it was last week now, someone posted, what happened to that apartheid-free pledge? You know, how come, it's not part of the, what we were going to talk about tonight. And somebody wrote back and said that they would bring it up under other matters. And I wrote back my beliefs, basically, and I said, I'll be there. That means people could have come. And yes, I'm usually in bed by 8 o'clock.
Mr. Chapin.
Yes, John O. Chapin again. I remembered what I was trying to say additionally in my previous comment, which is I'm really bothered by the language that is in these contracts that specifically mentions anti-Semitism because I think it's intimidation. And I feel that there are about 5 other towns that were mentioned where nothing has happened yet. And if there's more towns that say, we don't feel that this is something that we should just be cowed to have to say nothing, then we're silenced. So I do feel that we have a right to go ahead and have free expression. That's what this country really stands for. Free expression, and that's what this opportunity represents.
Any further discussion before we vote?
Mrs. Moderator, I'd like to just...
Yes.
I'm so confused I don't know where I am, except it's almost 11 o'clock at Holley Hall. The press is going to get this tomorrow in the Addison by Thursday, and it'll say, the town of Bristol votes to pathify, or it votes it down. And it should say 60 people of Bristol voted. This isn't Bristol. We're here, Bristol residents, you all are. And we're up here tonight, but there's a lot at home that because we didn't warn this. And it's going to say in the press, though, either it failed or it went. And that would be a sad day.
Thank you. We do not need to have accusations in this forum. We've already discussed this.
And what you read tonight was not what you presented us in January. It said the select board will sign the policy. And you changed that tonight. Correct? Am I correct in saying that? You're shaking your head, yes.
You was not advised the select board
To sign it. And we said we weren't signing something to put our name on it. That's what I said to you that night in January. I said I could support this if it didn't say you will sign the document. And I don't sign my name very often to just willy-dilly it out there. Because I represent the whole town. But
I see a hand over here.
Whether it passes or not here tonight, it's going to say in the press, Bristol voters voted to do it, and not, it should say 60 voted or 32 to 28. Let's call
Yes.
the question.
Come on up. That's called calling the question. Do we have a second to calling the question?
Second, third, fourth.
All right, so 2/3 majority vote. If you want to call the question and vote now, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed to calling the question and wish to discuss this further, say nay. All right. So question is called. I'm going to read aloud what the motion is, and then I will take the votes. So, it is, shall the voters of Bristol adopt the following pledge? We affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and all people. We oppose all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression, and we declare ourselves an apartheid-free community, and to that end, we pledge to join others in working to end all support to the government of Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. Those who vote in favor of the the voters of Bristol adopting that pledge, say aye.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
I don't think that was supposed to say government. They struck that down.
No, the opposite.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with them.
Okay.
We did. It was government.
The moderator's ruling on the point of order. The point of order is the moderator correctly read that last paragraph by inserting of the government. If anyone wants to challenge my ruling, you can appeal. Hearing no appeals, my ruling stands. So, we're going back to the vote. All those in favor of adopting this pledge, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right. A division of the House has been called. Please stand if you are in favor of adopting this pledge and be counted.
Are you standing in reading? Or not sure? You're way in the back. You are standing? You were looking down. I didn't know. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
How many
way in the back? You're
in the doorway?
In the doorway? Okay. I got 12. I'll make sure. You would have yelled at me. You can have my class.
Please be seated. Those who are opposed to adopting that the voters of the town of Bristol adopt this apartheid-free pledge, please say nay and, well, just stand. Just stand.
I got 7 right here.
You may be seated. The ayes have it, 35 yes to 30 no. The motion passes. I just want to applaud everyone here. I am so proud of my community. You all have such heart. Everyone who's spoken on whatever side of the issues here today has spoken with bravery, with compassion for everyone. And thank you all for coming. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Seconded. Those.
Could have a help
House
stacking the chairs.
Yeah, Aiden.
Hi, everybody. This is the Rec Department. Aiden Lenahan, voter Bristol. Thank you all for coming. The Rec Department and the Holley Hall will, please listen, this is important. Please listen. The Rec Department and Holley Hall will be closed for renovations as has been discussed at this town meeting, starting March 9th through potentially September 30th. Again, the rec department will be closed and the Holley Hall will be closed for renovation. The Holley Hall, or the rec department office, will be moved to 27A Main Street. That's 27A Main Street. Thank you. Please grab a chair on your way and stack safely. Have a good night.
Thank you, everyone, for coming.